everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Oh my god. Right off the bat, can't speak. Today we're going to be showcasing some Jak games with the Jak community. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders. Games Done Quick is hiring. If you are interested in a full-time role at GDQ, we are looking for a new hotfix manager. If you're looking for part-time work, we are looking for new showrunners starting with the 2024 Season 4 of Hotfix. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs to apply or share with others that might be interested. Also, registration for Awesome Games Done Quick 2025 is now open. Hotel registration will open next weekend. You can go visit gamesdonequick.com for more information. With all of that said, we have Jak and Daxter, The Lost Frontier. I'll hand it over to our runner in commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Alrighty, hello everyone, and welcome to Jak and Daxter The Lost Frontier. Now, if you mention that game name to an avid Jak fan or, anyone that's sort of loosely into the series, you typically get one of two responses. Either people will ask, wait, this game exists? Don't you mean the Precursor Legacy? Or don't you mean Jak 2 or any of those games? The other response you might get is, wait, oh right, this game exists. I don't enjoy this game, and it doesn't get much better than there. But today I'm here to show you that this game is really cool, and yeah, I'm excited to show off this category. Don't worry about the category name, I'll explain it later. But before that, I'm going to introduce my lovely commentator. If you'd like to introduce yourself, this is Headstrong.
Hi everyone, I'm Headstrong. I run every Jak game, including this one. If you want any kind of knowledge of any Jak game, I'm probably the one to go to. I'm excited to see this game run for GDQ. It's going to be the first time this game has really ever been showcased, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, so we're going to be running on Hero Mode, which is essentially New Game Plus across the Jak series. I'll explain more of the benefits later, but it should be immediately obvious. But if we're ready to roll, we will get started in 3, 2, 1, let's roll. Alrighty, so the first thing you're immediately going to notice is we have a bunch of armor upgrades, and also for some reason whenever we punch out fireballs, because that's one of the power-ups we can get for whatever reason. Our fastest form of movement is punching forward. There is no roll jump in this game. Let's get that out of the way. And this is the no SPS category, which means we are not allowed to use scene player skip. The short form version of what SPS is that it's a major skip. Go figure. Speaking of major skips, coming up here, normally we're supposed to go to the left to collect the green eco crystal because plot, but I don't like plot, so I'm going to go over here and punch into this wall, which for some reason just lets us gain height. I can't explain this, but if we go over here and if we manipulate the camera around, hopefully we don't crash here. Alright, that looks good. And we can go back inbounds here, and we just skipped like a 25-minute tutorial. Woohoo! I'm not even kidding, that is like 25 minutes.
It's a lot of long sections.
Yeah, we skip an entire area of the game that you're never going to see again. We skip the danger course, we skip the sewer segments. There's a whole bunch that we skip with this, and immediately we're going to take a detour from regular any percent. In regular any percent, we want to collect a few eco power-ups because we can't complete the game without them. But obviously we are in Hero Mode, New Game Plus. We have all of these power-ups ready to go. These I died somehow. That was awesome. The power-ups are shown by these idols that are lying around. This one is meant to give us the eco construct, which if we activate this platform, causes a cool little platform to arise. This game has really cool eco powers actually. Going to do a fun little skip here, and we get immediately thrown into our first boss fight, which is Uberbot. The first phase of this fight, we just have to chip away at his armor using the eco amplifier, which we would have gotten earlier in the level, but we skipped it. We just need to hit him 5 times here. Sometimes it can be really weird and bug out.
Yeah, you have to take it a lot slower than you think because it doesn't like it when you attack during any of his animations, and it doesn't like it if you do the attacks too quickly in succession. Otherwise, they just won't work at all.
Yeah, that was some spicy lag there. And now we're going to be introduced to our biggest hero mode buff, the Eco Rocket Jump. Never mind, I crashed the game. Oops.
What a good start.
Great start. Hopefully the game reopens here. I don't think it is. I'm going to have to disconnect the entire thing from power. By the way, if you crash this game, you have to disconnect your console from power and reconnect it.
That's so obnoxious.
For whatever reason, if you crash a PSP game on the PlayStation TV, it just breaks. Explosion.
Yeah, the PS TV is a little buggy. It's one of the fastest ways to play this game, but it has its issues.
I have friend requests. Does anyone want to be my friend?
I'll be your friend.
Yay! We're just gonna spam through some menus here. That's awesome. But assuming we didn't crash, we would have done a bunch of Eco Rocket Jumps, which one of the power-ups we can get from Kira by trading Dark Eco. It's a long story if you don't know about that. But one of the power-ups that we get is the ability to turn our Eco Rocket Jump into an explosion. An explosion powerful enough that crashes the game. It crashes the game, apparently, so...
I don't think I've ever seen a crash in this fight.
What's that, a precursor idol?
Yeah, I've started running on PSTV lately, and it crashes at the most random points, and there's no consistency as to when it crashes. It just sort of does. Oops, I fell down. That was not the game crashing, that was me actually failing. Skill issue.
The skip can be a little finicky because there's only like a small area that you can actually stand on over there.
Yep. Hey, here's Uberwad again. We're going to crack his armor again. Pretend the last time didn't happen, right? Alright, here we go.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. You dropped something there, buddy. Jiminy, he's a tough nut to crack. Try using your
some of the other hero mode perks that we have is obviously our weapons. We have all of our weapons, and we have infinite ammo for all of these weapons. It really does make hero mode quite trivial, and you might think that, isn't that a little bit overpowered? And I'm here to tell you it's more overpowered than you think. These bosses in any percent or in 101% are really hard. Like, they have a lot of health. But thankfully we can just melt them in hero mode using the Eco Rocket Jump.
Also in hero mode.
And that's the first boss death.
Also in hero mode we have invulnerability, which is why Sly Sonic doesn't have to dodge out of the way of anything.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that was almost a fast fall. Yeah, that fall,
The fall is so
if you jump at the right time, yeah, it's really weird. If you jump at the right time, you can instantly drop down to the ground. Sometimes you will slide along. You have to wait for this.
So it's a lovely gate.
There we go. Yeah, it's such a nice gate. We have to stare at it for really long. That's the wrong way. I'm going this way. Yep.
I mean, Tim made the gate, so it's a great gate.
True. Oh, nice. I got the early attach there. That's like a mini cinematic skip that saves like 2 seconds if you manage to attach to the plane early. But here we get introduced to the secondary mechanic of this game, dogfights and plane movement. I'll let Headstrong take over this one while I focus on destroying the Phantom Blade.
Well, Sly Sonic calls this the secondary part of this game. I would honestly consider this to be the main part of this game. There's a lot of flying in this game comparatively to actually playing on foot, especially in the speedrun. But this very first fight here, we're being attacked by pirates, basically. They want our little bit of eco that we actually have left, because in this game, all of the eco in the world is going away, and we're trying to find a way to save it. And these pirates want to stop us, but even though they want to do the same thing. So our goal is to completely destroy their ship. So you destroy the engines on the back of it so that they can't fly very fast anymore. Then you destroy the ones on the ground. Then they're just kind of stuck sitting in place. But we haven't stopped there because you also have to destroy all of their turrets so you can actually board their plane.
Yeah, Headstrong is concerningly good at this section. I just want to say, like, this is really difficult to just aim correctly, but Headstrong just does this so quickly. I don't understand how you do it.
You just kind of get used to the slightly weird hitboxes of everything over time with the shooting in this game, because it doesn't quite aim where it shows it's aiming at.
Nice work, Jack.
You kind of just learn that it's slightly off.
Yeah. 2 more turrets here, and for my standards, this is a very acceptable Phantom Blade. If I can destroy the last one, that would be helpful. There we go.
We got him.
And then
So
this,
normally, sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say this load right here can sometimes take a very long time. So we're just waiting for the game to finish some dialogue and then load into the ship.
Yep.
It takes quite a while.
And we're immediately going to save and load the game here. I was actually very skeptical if this was faster. Primarily, people run this game on emulator. So out of curiosity, since I decided to run on console, I decided to check the time that this takes if you didn't save and load. This saves minutes across the run to save and load. And
Yeah,
that is not... That's
Yeah,
just not even a joke.
Yeah, the save load strats were found when I was playing on PSTV, and it's like every time you save load in order to skip these little sections of cutscenes with the planes, it saves like 7 to 10 seconds every single time. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yep.
Because all you're doing is skipping an animation showing the plane going into this plane and then out of the plane, and it's just it's ridiculous. And in some places, it even puts you so far away from the plane, it puts you much closer to your destination. So it's ridiculous.
For sure, yeah. So now we're going to go into our sort of first real platforming section of the run. We're going to go into a volcano, and we're going to see just how smooth on-foot movement can really be, including a really cool skip at the end that I won't explain too much yet until we get there, but yeah.
Volcano
You can also-
movement really say it's clean if it's so laggy in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's acceptable. Acceptable movement.
It's interesting movement, but it is a little laggy movement. Every time you turn the camera, at least in most places in this game, you get like a weird slowdown effect, which,
Yeah.
funny enough, doesn't actually happen on the PS2 version of this game. The PS2 version and the PSP versions of this game are very different. They were made by 2 completely different companies, and
Yeah.
how they work is just wildly different. Like, the game is almost not runnable on PS2.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I got a copy of TLF on PS2 not too long ago. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. Especially when you play on PAL, that's an experience for sure. I can mash buttons apparently. That was really awkwardly mashing buttons, but we got there. So yeah, cycling through the top left here, we have a ton of these power-ups that we can use in different situations. Primarily, we're going to be using the Eco Construct just to create bridges, and it's also very helpful in combat in any percent, but obviously hero mode perks outdo that. And here we're actually going to abuse a really bad hitbox here. We line up just on the edge of this platform. We can actually get the height that sort of gas would give us from if we were to do that fight normally. That's a ground pound ledge grab, by the way. That was really close, but
That's still a cool looking one.
yeah. So if you ground pound, your ledge grab detection goes all over the place, and it makes bigger jumps like that a lot more possible.
It's
and-
super counterintuitive to what you would expect out of ground pound. Usually in a game, when you ground pound, you're going to your death. But in this game, it extends the hitbox just enough to let you get farther jumps to be able to ledge grab some stuff.
I took a death here. That's a little bit unfortunate, but actually I think I warped forward. That's interesting. Yeah, I warped a little bit forward. Hey, time save. But yeah, incoming here, remember when we were talking about the slow motion camera? Here is where we get our biggest use out of that. This is going to be a really cool swag trick. So if we turn the camera, the game slows down, and if we chain that with an uppercut, it gives us a lot more distance than normal, and we can cross that gap right there. Doing the swag 360 actually saves time in this game, and that is called a matrix uppercut. We're going to be seeing a few more of them, don't worry, but that skips like a decent chunk of unnecessary movement.
Yeah, it's definitely the coolest looking trick in the run, even if it doesn't necessarily save a lot of time throughout the run. Like, it's probably like the biggest like visual trick for a lot of people when they see the game for the first time.
Yeah, it's a swag strat pretty much. I'm going to be using it to swag out in a few of other places that you would not normally do it in, but you'll just have to wait and see when that happens.
Yeah, in hero mode, there's usually 2 instances of that trick.
Yeah,
2.
around there, yeah.
But there are a few places that you can just do it for fun.
Yep. Save and load here. Again, saving way more time than you would think for saving and loading the game.
And something hilarious too, with all the saving and loading, you'll notice that the save menu kind of gets a little corrupted. You've already kind of seen it here. Like, it doesn't even show any of the information of the save file anymore. Every time Slice goes to save, it's just blank.
Yeah, and I think on the emulator you can even get the text to glitch out. I personally never had that happen on console, but a lot of the metadata gets corrupted if you keep saving and loading. Thankfully it doesn't affect the game itself, but yeah. Little silly. But here we were just talking to Kira to take us to Far Drop, because that makes sense, I guess. And we are going to go to Far Drop, which is a lot of people's favorite area in this game, because it looks very visually pleasing. And I agree, it's a pretty cool level, and we're going to be doing some really cool things here. We're going to be doing a bunch of things out of order, but yeah.
Bunch of cool things with probably the weirdest boss in this game.
Yeah.
I will say.
And yeah, like Headstrong said, sometimes when you save and load, you get put way more forward than you would if you just waited out the ship animation. And right there is the key example. Just turn back and you'll immediately get to Far Drop, instead of having to do like a whole 40-second long flight.
Yeah, in a regular any percent run, it's a good 30 to 40 second flight, because your plane isn't upgraded, so your plane's just really slow.
Yep. But here is the Alpha Mutant, I think. They have a bunch of different names, but this is Funny Monkey. Funny Monkey. Alright, now we're going to go for one of the harder Matrix uppercuts in the game. This is exclusive to hero mode, so... It looks good. It looks good. He shoots. He scores.
Yep.
Nice. That is a very, very precise Matrix uppercut, and that essentially allows us to do this entire thing completely out of order. We do a bit of a sequence break, and normally we're supposed to stop these smaller mutants and these little guys from eating the cabbages or something. Something lore, but yeah, we can just not do that. We can just zoom on through.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff just really breaks when you skip to that later portion. You still technically have to do everything in a sense, but it's just much quicker.
Yeah, we have eco reflexes here, which is not the ability from Jak 3. In Jak 3 you have to turn into light Jak, and it's really annoying, but here Jak just has the ability to do it. Very awesome game.
Don't look down! Don't look down!
Hurry up! No stopping!
Hopefully we get a good cycle here. Ah, I missed the cycle. That's unfortunate. This thing that pushes us up and down is cycle-based, and if you use eco reflexes at the right time, you can get a pretty good cycle, and it looks really clean, but oh well. This section, I'm not even sure how you're supposed to do this casually. You have to have a really specific method to activate eco reflexes at the right time. And definitely one of the more annoying sections casually, but obviously we have our methods. We know what we're doing.
Honestly, I think it's the same casually. I think that's how I did it when I played the game casually. You just had to figure out when you could use the eco power.
Yeah, it's really weird and precise for whatever reason.
Don't look down! Don't look down!
So now we are going on to the crane section here. There's a really bad bug that can happen in this crane section where one of the mutants that will drop from the crane can just be invincible. Yeah. He can just be invincible, so hopefully that doesn't happen. I should have a decent method of making that not happen, but...
I feel like that happens more in any percent compared to hero mode, luckily.
Okay. I thought that one was an invincible monkey and I got really scared, but we got him. And now we are chasing down the alpha mutant again. He has far more health than the smaller mutants. So we're going to have to do a few funny shenanigans with taking him down. We're going to use eco reflexes to our advantage to slow him down and drain his health as much as we can. So let's see.
Maybe we should
Need to bait him into attack here. Never mind, he caught us. Ideally
Not
you
too
would...
bad.
Yeah, you would just need to bait him to attack and then happy days, but he caught me.
Ooh, he's getting feisty.
And he's almost
So
dead.
close.
Well,
Hands off him.
so close to death.
Damn dirty ape.
Daxter did warn you that he was getting feisty.
Yeah, true. I should have listened to him.
Made a monkey out of
I don't know what Jack was doing there, but
Sorry, I
yeah.
can't help myself sometimes.
Technically we haven't finished the mission that we just did. Once we cross one of these bridges, the game is going to realize, hey, you should probably defeat some mutants. And we're just going to say, no thank you. And now we completed the mission. And now we can go into the bar. So now we have a little bit of a sneaky skip here. Normally you're not allowed to carry any weapons into the bar, but if we do this just right, then we can spam ground pounds here, and we did it right. Okay, we didn't quite get it. I'm gonna restart for it. You can see when Jack's gun staff turns into something else that we got it right.
No weapons allowed. Put that away.
There we go. Second try. Let's go. And yeah, we're supposed to have hand-to-hand combat with a bunch of people at the bar, but now we have our gun here, and we have a very broken gun called the Lobber, and we have infinite ammo for the Lobber. So we're just going to blow these guys up as much as we can. I'm also going to try and use Eco Rocket whenever I can, whenever there's a good opportunity to.
Yeah, whenever there's a good grouping of them, using the eco rock, it just takes them all out really quick.
Need those teeth
You have to like make sure that they're not in the animation of just standing up, because otherwise they're still invincible at that point, so you kind of have to keep an eye as to like where they're at.
Yeah. One more group here. There we go. That should be good. There we go. That was a pretty fast fight.
The Phantom Blade is loaded up and ready to go. We're waiting on you.
You start.
Also, we took out all of those pirates because the bartender told us to.
Yeah. Story reason.
Bartender's
can
just
also-
like, take them out.
We can also do a whole bunch of jobs for him, which involve taking out a lot more enemies in a given time period, and he rewards us with a bunch of scrap. But we don't need that here. We just need to beat the game quick. The scrap bonuses are very important for any percent, though. Honestly, part of the reason why we can't do the Matrix uppercut we did in this segment in any percent is because we need to how do I explain it? Hold on.
I can explain it.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I just blanked out there.
During the section where you have to fight all of the monkeys, usually the game has a ticking counter that goes down of how much scrap you're able to get depending on how fast you complete each section. So the faster you complete it, the more scrap you get, and you use scrap in order to upgrade the airplanes. So in any percent, because everything starts from 0, you need to get quite a few upgrades for multiple different planes throughout the course of the run. Whereas in hero mode, because everything's already fully upgraded, you don't have to worry about it.
Yep. So now we are going on to the next level here. Once we punch up the staircase, the game will freeze and then take us into the cutscene. Never mind, I lied. It's there it is.
Yeah, it's a little further on that one.
Yep. And we get to go to the research rig. Now, we're going to be doing some more cool skips here. This is a really long platformer level that introduces us to a new ability called Eco Teleport, where you teleport across different statues or something. I don't know, but what I do know is that we don't have to do any of that because we have a very big skip incoming for research rig. I always have to decide which plane I'm using, but it's always just the closer one for the early game. Oops. That's not the right option. There we go.
Fascinating. There's an excavation here.
Yeah, we also have a bunch of weapons, because again, hero mode gives us a bunch of plane weapons that we will be... Oh,
We have to go.
But they're too quick.
I've never been too fast there. That's interesting. There we go. Apparently you can go too fast before the trigger for that loads in. I did not know that. But anyways, here is Research Rig. Big platforming puzzle thing. I just don't feel like doing that, so instead we are going to do what is known as Research Rig Skip. We can get through this box here, and if we punch right, we can clip out of bounds. Hopefully. This is giving me a little bit of trouble lately, but hopefully it won't take too long. There we go. Where am I? This camera angle's weird. And there we go. Need to clip out here, or fall down again. Yeah, the camera is very uncooperative when you do these skips, but it's not too big of a deal generally. There we go, we're out. And the thing with this game is that once you clip out of bounds, you need to find a way to clip back in bounds. So what we're going to do is we're going to glide along the wall here, climb up to the top of this room, and we're going to use the eco rocket for its intended purpose of just getting us back in bounds, giving us a lot more height.
Yep.
And there we go. That was clean.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Not having to climb back up to re-eco rocket, that's like the most annoying thing.
Yeah, it's like the re-eco rocket of shame. We'll call it that. But yeah, here we need to take out a bunch of spiders and mutants for some arbitrary reason or other. I think Kira's getting attacked or something.
I remember the reasoning for this fight.
Yeah, we're just fighting people because we can. We're just fighting the enemies.
But coming up after this, since the first instance of it was skipped, this game has a unique thing to it where Daxter gets a dark form instead of Jak. In this game, Jak isn't able to become Dark Jak because the eco is going away. But Daxter, in an earlier part of the game that we skipped, has a bunch of dark ecos spewed all over him, and he becomes Dark Daxter. He's quite edgy in the same way that Jak is, but his personality also changes a bit, and he becomes just kind of grumpy.
Yeah.
Let's see how it works if I
So these are sort of weird top-down puzzles that we have to deal with. The first one is just defeating, or the first room is just defeating all these enemies. You just sort of defeat them. could not tell you a good method to beat them, and I don't think anyone can. But that should be good, I think. There we go.
Yeah. Best thing I found is literally just spam the tornado, just keep hitting them.
Yeah.
Because Daxter gets to be his own tornado for good movement and for damage.
Yeah, he goes really fast when he's in frenzy mode. So we're supposed to flip all these buttons around and use it to redirect the laser to burn through barricades that are blocking our path. A few of them you have to do in pretty long-winded ways, but we do have a sort of suitable route for skipping them and damage boosting through a few lasers. This one we need to pick up the spider because, as we all know, when you pick up a spider it explodes into a web, and then we can use that to traverse. Flip these two switches here to burn this barricade.
Didn't you know that's how cobwebs are made?
Apparently, I have no idea. So now we've got to flip this switch, wait for the laser. I didn't need to flip it again, but I just did because, I don't know, muscle
It's a little
memory.
safer.
Yeah. It's also a little bit of 80% muscle memory because Daxter also has invulnerability in hero mode, but he doesn't in any percent. Here we go, just burn through the barricade here, and that's the first Dark Daxter section done. Look at his little football helmet. Isn't he a goofy guy?
Funny enough, it's not needed in any categories really, but there's actually an orb in one of the elevator shafts.
Yeah.
It's like stupidly hidden, like it's not something you'd expect.
Yeah, no, that's I think it's in both the elevators, so I'll get the one later.
Yeah.
But there's just a secret orb if you bash the elevator enough. But funnily enough, that I'm pretty sure that makes the elevator itself slower, so we don't really do that. But here we are going to the next hard skip of the run, which is in the older open barracks. Because in any percent, because we did research rig skip, we actually skip one of the required abilities of the game, and thus this skip becomes mandatory to finish the game. Otherwise, you're completely soft locked. I'm pretty sure, at least. But
yeah, you need the teleporter for it.
Yeah, thankfully we don't actually need it. We can just skip right through barracks here. And this one is a little bit of a harder skip, so I will need to lock in gamer face, all that jazz, you know. We're going to be using a different plane this time. This one is much more suitable for combat and as a little bit faster, I think. It's just further back into the hangar.
Yeah, it's very slightly faster, but just not too much of a difference for like shorter flights.
Yeah.
It's also not unlockable unless you do hero mode.
Yep.
These crucible rockets ain't too quick, but boy, do they pack a punch.
Thank you, Daxter. That was information I really needed to know there. Yeah, every time you unlock a new weapon, Daxter has to explain what it does in excruciating detail, but yeah, we don't need to pay attention to him, and instead we're going to go straight ahead into the older open barracks. Like I said, big puzzle that we need a previous ability to navigate. Obviously in hero mode we do have that ability, but it is still a lot faster to do the skip, so hopefully it doesn't give me too much trouble. We shall see. That was not a good attempt. So we're trying to punch through a little seam in the wall here.
Yeah, there's a very, very small seam that you can just literally punch through, but you just kind of have to sit there punching and just kind of hope it goes in. There's like different ways that people have worked out to actually get this clip to work, but it kind of varies person to person how consistent it's going to be.
It's not being very nice right now, but I think that's an issue on my end. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Oh, I was convinced that worked. Come on, game. Okay, a bit unfortunate. This is still way faster than doing the room because the rooms are very, very long and boring, and I don't feel like doing them, so I'm going to keep doing this.
Yeah, the skip save is about 5-ish minutes, I believe. There's the clip.
There we go. So now we
And
do a
it
rocket
barely-
jump over.
This honestly barely works because you do this jump and you ledge grab there. Like,
Yeah.
there's barely enough room for this to work. And then you have to do some blind movement here to get around a few random walls.
Ooh, unfortunate. A little bit unfortunate. Sometimes that does happen where you can just completely miss the ledge you have to hit. You have to like circle around an invisible wall, something. Hey, I got that first
That
try.
was better. Yeah, the walls extend kind of weirdly, and you need to jump around them because some of them extend out of bounds. But you still have to land on a fairly small platform.
That was... Yeah, that was unfortunate. Usually this part doesn't give me too much trouble, but it happens, you know? We will keep going for it because... Yeah, big skip.
Come on, Jack.
I believe in you, Jack. I believe in you. Oh, I forgot I wasn't holding the camera, so... Yeah, if you don't hold the camera buttons, the camera can just flip out on you, and it's really annoying when it happens, but... Usually the solution to that is just hold the camera buttons. Which, yes, this is a PSP game, so there are camera buttons. You have to use L and R to move the camera. Oh, that worked.
There
That
we
was
go.
weird. So now we gotta go around this invisible wall, and... Oh. Bit sketchy, hold on. That should be good. Alright, that's good.
Yeah,
There we go. We get the autosave prompt, and when we restart, we get walked into a later checkpoint. And now I'm going to go for a very stupid swag skip, which I'm only going to go for once because it saves 1 second if I hit it.
Maybe there's a way to get across that spill without being all...
I actually got it?
Everybody in the-
Wait, no, that's not supposed to happen. I actually got it. What? Okay, well,
Careful, Jack.
that's awesome. That's a very, very hard skip, and it only saves like a second, so almost no one goes for it, and no one should go for it. But hey, that works. I'll take that.
Ring any bells for you, Jack?
You did it for the hotfix.
Exactly. It knows it's a hotfix.
Heel.
I was just going to attempt it and be like, "Ah, nice try." You know, it's a hard skip, but no, I just hit it. That was unexpected. So we take down a bunch of enemies, and we get this guy to come down, and we can just shoot him with the lobber.
Just bring his toadies back to life? We just got
Where did he
done
go?
punching
There he
him.
go. There he goes.
He
Yeah, you can
used
just
to run away a lot.
Yeah, for being a big scary guy, he sure does run away a lot. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. So this door is now open, and we can grab the coordinate sphere. Oh, that's the wrong way. There we go.
Something is moving.
Yeah, so at this point in the game, we're trying to collect multiple coordinate spheres. You have to collect this one, and then the next one, and then the second one has some like secret thing hidden on it to let us know where the third one is.
Yeah. Convenient plot, I think. That's the best way to put it. So now we're home free, right? We're going to go back to the Phantom Blade. Nothing wrong is going to happen, and there's not going to be a really weird section of the game, right?
Or
Oh no, what's happening?
This is Cloud. Something big got us. Our engines are down.
Oh no,
We're
that's
dead in the
convenient.
sky here. We're being targeted by some sort of automatic defense system. That's probably
Star
what
defense
hit us.
systems
Something's coming.
that
Yeah.
aren't even technically out yet.
Yeah, no, we just got hit by nothing, but now the defense system is coming out and we have to stop it. So yeah, we just use our completely overpowered weapons to defeat these cannons that show up. We pretty much instantly blow them up. It's very overpowered on hero mode. these take a lot more effort in any percent when you only have the laser power up, and you have to like swerve around, and you know they take a really long time to defeat. But here we just sort of sweep them easy.
Also coming up here is some more Daxter gameplay that isn't actually moving
exciting.
around as Daxter. In this game, Daxter gets to do a thing that they called Daxter jacking. Daxter knows how to take apart planes, take their stuff, take apart missiles in this case, because that's something he's been practicing his whole life.
Yeah, obviously that's what Daxter is known to do. So we just do a bunch of these QTE prompts, and I think in my opinion, these are way tighter in hero mode.
They are much tighter in hero mode.
Yeah, particularly the last one, you have barely enough time, yeah, and you have to not make a single mistake. But yeah,
Daxter, try and find the guidance system. Maybe.
just taking apart a plane, don't mind us. This gives us a
No, a
lot of
missile.
scrap. Oh, right, this is a missile. I mean, same thing. This gives us a lot of scrap, and that's actually very helpful for 101% where we have to get like 45,000 scrap or whatever. It's
That's a lot.
quite a journey.
Oh yeah, those familiar with the end of Jak 3, Daxter got pants.
Ah, yeah, true. The power of his pants
Defensive air mine.
are what give him the power to take apart planes and missiles and redirect them.
I mean, it's what he wanted. He wanted pants.
Ride the
Exactly.
lightning, baby.
So now the next tier of defense gets activated, which is more cannons because, you know,
More cannons, but also less defense systems.
yeah,
Because now there's one less. There starts with 3, and each of them only has 2 cannons. But then it goes down to 2. But then they each have 4 cannons.
yep. It makes sense in some way or other.
Then the last one has 3 on each side for 6. Yeah,
What
after you destroy the cannons, you just kind of have to wait for a while for a cutscene to happen.
Yep. So now this is where the Daxter jacking gets a little bit tougher until the last Daxter jack, which will come after this one, after we take apart the defense system. But this one isn't too bad, just don't make a mistake. I suppose that is just gaming in general, but you know.
At least this game has like some reasonable checkpoints, so if you do mess up on any of the rockets, you do have to do the defense part over, but like you don't have to do the entirety of this mission over, which is nice.
Yeah, in my first hero mode run, I spent like 11 minutes taking apart all the defense systems because the cute quick time events were too quick.
Zero, nope.
But I have a genius strategy in mind to take apart the defense system a little bit quicker. Well, I say quicker, but I mean in time. You'll see that after, don't worry.
Come to Papa.
Yeah, apparently if you pull 2 cables on a missile, you just have complete control over it and you can ride it like a horse.
Hey, maybe
That's
maybe off of camera he puts them together and it explodes.
Yeah. We're just living in Dax's world in this one.
He's a missile hat and spurs.
And his weird commentary after blowing things up.
Yeah. All he needs him is a missile hat and spurs. Where am I? There I am. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the wall. Yeah, we just spam a bunch of Armageddon shots and it pretty much annihilates everything in sight. It's a very overpowered weapon.
That ought to learn ya.
Yeah, now we just have to wait for the next sequence to start because for some reason waiting is fun, I guess. That's what the devs decided.
Well,
And now we're on to
they had
the
to
tough
defend
defense. Now we're on to the tough defense system here.
Oops. Did you need that?
And my genius strategy to not time out on this is to pause buffer until I know exactly what I'm doing. Okay, there we
Did you
go.
need that?
Yeah, pay attention to the grip meter, especially if I like muddle up an input. Pay attention to the grip meter and how fast that goes. Across this entire sort of missile disarming section. Okay, it's that one.
Oops. Did you need that?
And with these sections where Daxter is sort of running down the plane, it's actually faster to, well, I guess after, I forgot there's a section here. It's actually faster to pull down your analog stick, because for some reason Daxter can run down these, and I did not know this until like last month.
Yeah, so funny enough with that, none of us knew about the holding down for running faster here until a dev popped in one of our streams and told us it was a feature.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't actually know that's how we found out. Yeah, shoutouts to Goodrich Games, I believe his name is.
Yes.
Yeah, from what I've seen, he always streams the games that he's developed, and he gives a lot of insightful commentary. And previously, he's popped into chats and stuff of speedrunners of this game. I need to go back now, and gives us a lot of helpful insight. Shout out to Goodrich Games. Save and load here because funny.
I guess also real quick, just on the topic of people telling about things in chat, the whole no scene player skip thing for what this category is in the first place. Scene player skip was found by a person who came into my chat and said, hey, I haven't played this part of the game in forever. I usually just do this. And turns out they had known about a skip that saves an hour in the game, the entire, like for their whole time playing the game, and no one else knew about it. And it worked, and we had to figure out new categories because of it. So thank you, who was that? As Professor Genki, for popping into the stream one day and just blowing everyone's mind with a massive skip in TLF.
Yeah, just a casual 45-minute save. Don't worry about it. But now we are going to go back to Far Drop, everyone's favorite area of the game, and we're going to defeat, and I'm not kidding, this is her name. We are going to defeat the Saucy Pirate. Just don't ask what her Japanese name is. It's a little bit more risque than that, but...
Speaking of the Japanese version of this game for people, funny enough, the Japanese version of TLF was the best-selling Jak game in Japan.
Yep.
Because Jak 1 was released in Japan. Jak 2 and 3 were not because... Or no, sorry, Jak 2 was. But Jak 2's sales were so poor in Japan that they did not release 3 or X in Japan. So Japan only got 1, 2, and TLF. And because of how big of the gap was and the style of the game, they just loved it so much, I guess. I don't know. So this is the best-selling Jak game in Japan.
The Japanese have good taste, what can I say? This game is very fun. I enjoy it. Better than a few other Jak games, and I will say no more. My opinions on the Jak games are quite a thing I can talk about for a very long time and make a lot of people upset.
Put that away.
I think anyone's opinions, no matter what, with this series is a little silly.
It's just the Jak special here. But here is the Saucy Pirate. We're going to have a very tough boss fight here. Alright, that's the first phase done. Now we have to do a little bit of a bar fight here. And one of these we are going to attempt to skip, one of these bar fights. This is supposed to be sort of 4 phases, but if we use some of our abilities, we can slow down the Saucy Pirate, and yeah, we can deal with the boss fight way quicker and skip an entire phase. go, just a few more. And now we're going to switch to eco reflexes, and she's going to drop a bunch of bombs on us, which, I mean, wow, very effective. Yep, keep throwing more at me. Alright. And there you go. That skips the phase of the fight, just like that. We have to wait for the... Yeah, we have to wait for the eco reflexes to stop, and then she clips into the ground and then dies.
Yeah, she just died off stage.
Oh, yeah.
It was all a play, don't worry about it.
One way to say off stage is clipping out of the stage, yep.
There's an elevator right there, just brings her down.
Exactly. Load the game here to skip a whole bunch of movement going back to the plane, and yeah. Coming up is, oh boy, a very exciting section of the game, which you will definitely get to see, and we will definitely not cut when it happens. But first, we're just gonna get there. A little bit of traveling.
Yeah. Also, the thing that we just got was the second coordinate sphere. So that's the one that tells us, hey, we gotta go to this other place to get the third one.
So now we just gotta travel back to the Phantom Blade. This isn't our last visit to Far Drop, so don't worry. I know all the Far Drop enjoyers out there are crying that we're leaving again, but we will be back. Don't worry. Rest assured.
It just won't look quite the same.
Yeah, it will look a little bit more ruined than one might think. So we do a save and load here, and once we load back in, Kira is going to conveniently tell us where we're going next.
As the coordinate sphere says so.
Yeah.
Signal points to an old ship graveyard beyond the break. Go to the helm and lay in a course.
Alright, so we're going to take the helm, and we are going to go over to everyone's favorite section of the game, Sector 0. Let's
Space
go.
pirates!
Yeah! Ghost pirates, space pirates, yeah!
Ghost
So
pirates,
we're going
yeah,
to...
that's it.
I mean, close enough, right?
I mean, they are space pirates and ghost pirates, honestly.
Yeah. Every good game has an unnecessary alien subplot for some reason. Cough, cough, Jackbury. I believe we use the further back one because that will take us faster. That'll take us through faster. And
As well as the part after.
Oh yeah, true. Save and load here. And we're going to immediately turn back because for some reason this spawns us away from where we're going. And we go into the vortex, into the best section of the game. We're going through this vortex here. You see this? That's the most exciting bit of gameplay we're going to get for the next 5 minutes. This is Sector 0, and this is where we're going to take a break, but I'll take it over to our host to explain what's happening now while we fly through.
Very much. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we take breaks every hour, so just so we can let people get up, stretch, get some water, everything. Since there's this 5-minute unskippable cutscene, we're going to take our break here while the cutscene plays out, and then we'll be back with more gameplay afterwards. Just as a reminder before we go, if you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. With that, we'll see you in just a few minutes after this cutscene, or this unskippable auto-scroll is over. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing a bunch of different Jak games. We are in the middle of a Jak the Lost Frontier run. Whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa! The auto-scroller is gone. Isn't that insane? And now we're going to grab the coordinate sphere. And progression. Woohoo!
In a very dramatic fashion.
Oh yeah, I hope you all got your hashtag water out. I spilled some of my water. That was very silly of me.
You're becoming quite the treasure hunter.
But yeah, now that we have escaped the vortex, we cannot quite go back to the ship. We have to defeat the even bigger ship, which is the Behemoth.
It's big.
Looking for the eco core? Not before me, you
the behemoth's a little bit strong. So much so that we can't actually take it down in any way, shape, or form quite yet. So instead, we're just going to shoot out the bombs that is trying to shoot at us.
It's turning them into mobile bombs.
Jack, shoot those bombs or
Admittedly, this one isn't very exciting either. We should have skipped this in the break, but at least it's actual gameplay now, isn't it?
Yeah, so basically they're trying to destroy our ship with making these rocks like filled with dark eco to make them into bombs. So you have to go around destroying all the bombs. It's a random amount and they're in random locations.
Exciting. Alright, here we go. Now we get to actually damage the ship a little bit. We have to damage these power nodes around the entire ship.
Acrobatics, Ace.
Thankfully, with the Armageddon, we can just sort of aim loosely somewhere and they'll probably eventually hit.
Yeah, I guess that's something we didn't really mention. With the weapon Armageddon here, it has auto aiming, so you'll see like the missile shoot out and then it breaks out into a bunch of little missiles, and they all auto target whatever you're somewhat aimed at, and so they just, you don't have to worry about aiming all that much when you're using them.
What was that? That was weird. Like the world just sort of deloaded there. I don't know if anyone else saw that.
Yeah, that can happen every now and then.
Excellent game, I think.
Mostly just here. Now this part, you have to destroy the, whatever these are in here, like little computer things.
The things inside the thing.
Yeah. And then destroy more power nodes.
But yeah, we get a whopping 3 weapon slots with this plane. Since it's a hero mode exclusive, it has to be overpowered. We never use our third weapon. This is purely because this plane is a little bit faster and the weapons fire a little bit faster. Oh, I already destroyed the eggs. Oh, that was quick. Game is going too fast. I don't even know how quickly we're going. That was really fast. Wow.
That quick.
Get back here with that coordinates stealer.
Speedrunning.
Funny enough, we don't understand how it works, but you can actually skip that last section of that fight. It's only ever happened once. I was in the middle of doing it, 2 cutscenes collided together, and then it just skipped the back end of that fight.
Fun and enjoyable. Speaking of fun and enjoyable, we're going to go into the next section in Sector 0, which is back on the Phoenix Blade? Yeah, that's what it's called. The Phantom Blade.
Yeah, Phantom Blade.
We'll be going back to the Phantom
Phoenix.
Blade. Yeah, Phoenix is there somewhere. We're going to be taking down a lot of the borders that are coming from the behemoth, and we have to damage the behemoth a little bit. It's a little bit of a long section, but yeah.
We totally beat the behemoth there, but they're still gonna board us anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. We're definitely doing a good job here.
Because you can't have a plane section of the boss fight without having an on-foot section too.
Absolutely. Now that I think about it, are there any plane games that don't have an on-foot section, or like games with plane sections that have like an on-foot section with the plane? I can't think of a single game that doesn't have that.
That doesn't have it?
Or that, yeah, that.
The Star Fox 64 is all plane.
Oh yeah, I've never played that game.
Well, I guess
there's
there's all plane, but there are parts where you're in a little tank, I guess. But it's not really an on-foot section. But I guess that tank part is on the ground.
Yeah, my immediate thought was a Sly 3, where the one plane boss fight we have, we immediately go on foot. Or actually the 2 plane bosses we have, we immediately shoot them out and then go on foot. So that's an interesting theoretical, that every plane section in the game has to have an on-foot section in there.
Yeah, so right here, this whole section is you defeat a bunch of guys, and then it allows you to defeat some turrets on the side of the behemoth, and then you repeat over and over and over. It's
Fun.
it's definitely one of the more least interesting parts of any of the fights. You also have to destroy these like ships that always spawn behind before you. You don't have to do it beforehand, I suppose, but
Yeah.
on some of the phases you don't have to. But
Yeah. Out of everything in this game, the Phantom Blade does not have invulnerability. Can you believe it? Shocker.
because Phoenix is cheap.
Dang it, Phoenix. But one thing about these boards is that they're supposed to go between both sides of the plane, but if we just linger around here, the borders will only come to this side of the plane, and that makes it very convenient to try and beat them instead of having to like travel to the other side, which can get a little bit annoying, but...
You can have them on the other side if you're really slow with the fight, but yeah, otherwise you're just not going to see them over there. If they do happen to somehow get over there, though, there is actually a little like shortcut thing between the sides that you can use that like spawns you on the other side instead of having to run all the way around.
Yeah, there's a sort of circle button prompt that just says, hey, take me to the other side of the ship. I want to defeat enemies. And then, yeah, you go defeat enemies. Go figure. But yeah, it's just a mix of lobber shots and eco rockets and using the giant lob turret to take out the behemoth. I never quite realized how big the behemoth is. My god, that's a big ship.
It is huge.
I guess now I know why it's a scary, menacing ship.
I mean, imagine that thing just coming towards your city, like in Fardrop's case, like how small Fardrop technically is. And then that thing just is in the sky by it.
Scary.
I think it's just 'cause it looks so small in Sector Zero, because Sector Zero is so wide open and huge for like no reason.
Yeah.
There are still gunships attacking.
Good to take out these ships here. Yeah, we already have lost a bunch of our health because we've sort of let these shoot us, which was on purpose because we want to prioritize shooting the actual behemoth itself. But it does make cases like this a little bit worrying if you're not careful. We are waiting for them to jump. There they go. Hello. Goodbye. Wow, this is really lagging today. Holy. It's not usually this bad with the lag, but...
Pretty laggy section, though, and generally.
Yeah.
Concentrate more firepower.
It is a PSP game.
Yeah, I think that's what's really impressive about this game. This is a game that you can fully play, you can fully complete the game on a PSP. This game is way too in-depth for a PSP game, if you ask me. Like, literally the speedrun for 101% takes 4.5 hours. Imagine having that much content in a PSP game. That's why this game is awesome. There we go.
Here we go.
We've got to pull away.
Now we just gotta
Now
go
they're
back
angry.
to the we just gotta go back to the interior here and fly to our next section, which is somewhere I think. Oh, it's in Fardrop. Yippee!
Yes. This is the long Fardrop section.
Wait, no, it's not. This is research rig. My splits are all
Research
over the
rig
place. My splits are all over the place apparently. Only active runner, by the way. Wait, where am I going? I literally said we have to go to research rig, and I
Yeah, you
did
gotta
not go
change
to
it
research
first.
rig. They have to talk to Kira first, and then go to research rig.
Oh, it's the shield part. That's right.
Yeah. World record holder and active runner of the game do not know where to go.
I haven't played in a year.
It's all good. It's very easy to get lost in TLF.
There's the shield part coming up is very short.
Yeah, it's not the most memorable section in the game. That's there. I went the long way around, but yippee menuing.
I guess one thing too, as someone mentioned, not being able to play it with PSP. So this game is actually available on PS5 now.
Yeah.
So if anyone never got a chance to play the game or wants to give it a try and they don't have a PSP but they have a PS5, you can play the game on PS5 now. In fact, the entire series is now on PS5.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing. You can also play on a PS4, you can use emulator, you can use the PS2 version, but don't actually, please, for your own sake. Yeah, this game, technically speaking, TLF is the most accessible game out of the entire series. It's released on the most amount of platforms, and, you know, that's what makes it the best Jak game. So, run.
Just don't play
run this.
PS2.
Yeah, don't play the PS2 version, but run this game. It's fun.
Man, this is gonna take forever. Try taking out some of those repair barges so we can speed this up.
Yep, so now we have to take care of the of these little shield generator things, and we need to first take out these repair tender things. There we go. I was like, wait a minute.
That took a bit.
But we just gotta shoot down these repair barges, and then we can shoot down the shield generators, and then we can shoot down the generator of the shield. That makes sense, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Good work,
There we
Jak.
go.
2 more to go.
But yes,
And the nice
it
thing
is
about
on.
the Armageddon is that it immediately
Only one more to go.
focuses onto the next thing, so it destroys it very quickly. I say as none of them are hitting that one. There we go.
It takes a second. They gotta aim.
Yeah. But that's Research Rig Shield. Now you know why that is kind of unmemorable. It's really that short.
Now we're going to Far Drop.
Yeah, far drop, woo.
Far Drop for the third time.
Let's see here. Yep, we go back here, take the helm, all the way to far drop. Oh, never mind, there's a cutscene.
No, the
there.
cutscene
I
doesn't
lied.
hear.
There's a lot of things happening all over the place in the game, don't worry about it. But back to the sort of PS5 thing there, I actually started, well I didn't start, I finally got the motivation to actually learn the game when it released on PS5, and I got a whopping 4-hour time as the first completion of the game. But yeah, running this game on PS5 is pretty smooth, and you don't crash like I did at the beginning of the run somehow. It's quite a nice experience, and I highly recommend the PS5 version if you do want to give this game a shot.
Beyond when it released. They had to fix it.
I was the first completion ever. Yeah, don't worry about it.
They had a wee bit of an issue on release of the PS4 and 5 version of the game, where the first time went to Far Drop, right? It would just break everything, and you weren't able to progress at all, and you would have to start over.
Yeah, that was a glitch on the NTSC version 1 version. It didn't happen on PAL, which is how I managed to finish my run, because a lot of people were stuck on NTSC, but yeah. Oh yeah, we do a skip here. I'm sort of autopiloting, but it's a big skip.
Don't we do the skip later?
Did we? Oh wait, we do. Right, you're right.
Yeah.
Oops.
You gotta do the other parts first.
Right. I haven't been in this part of the game for a while. Maybe I should have practiced a little bit more, that would be helpful. But first we gotta get through the water section here. Because for some reason, now that we are in, now that this area is sort of in waste, there's water now. And we have to swim through it. And by swim through it, I mean we use our shield. And by using our shield, I mean we don't do that at all. I hit the checkpoint there.
Yeah, you hit the checkpoint, you're good.
Hey. What's that? Wait, what? I'm very lost as to where I am now. I'm here. Okay.
Yeah, across the bridge, you're good.
There we go. That was a really confusing camera angle to be at. But yeah. We're supposed to use our shield to cross this, but it's just a lot faster to not do that. And the shield, honestly, is a major inconvenience to your movement. So here in any percent, we have like a really weird setup to not get hit by this guy. But hero mode, in-run mobility, yippee yaki. We get to take down the big guy here, like so.
Good, but I not safe yet, because you strong.
And now we get to go into one of the sillier sections of the game. Once we turn this wheel here,
Step one.
we're going to restart the power grid, and then we need to go back here, and now we have Daxter ball section for some reason.
How do we get
So there's no platform for us to get back at the moment. There's no way of progressing unless you do this section. So this whole part is just to destroy this guy on this platform and bring this platform over to Jak.
Yep. The controls on that are awful. I can attest this game's control scheme, but the controls for the Daxter sections or the Daxter ball sections are just horrible.
Yes. Now
I'm not making that.
Step 2. Go to
There we
crane
go.
and bring back Aeropult battery.
So now we've got to go to the crane here, and every time I do a hero mode run, I always forget what you do because, oops, I died. In any percent, it's really specific what you have to do to make sure you don't die, but then in hero mode, you just kind of forget about it. Excuse me? Okay.
Yeah, jumping on these platforms is
That was
kind of
awful.
weird. The depth is strange, and they don't have very good ledge blocking like the rest of the game does. So they can be a little obnoxious.
Apparently my depth perception doesn't exist either, so I'm dying a lot.
It also has probably one of the worst checkpoints for the run. Like, you have to deal with the depth of the platforms, as well as you have to make it all the way over here without dying, otherwise you have to start back at that point again.
I'm going to wait this time. Oh, I almost fell off again. But
Not
hey, we
much
made
waiting.
it. We made it. Yippee. So now we release the crane claw here to get the battery. And I don't really remember what we used the battery for, but we use it for something probably.
Back to Barter's farm.
It's for blowing up everything. That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
that's what you place on that little like grid thing later.
Yep. Alright, now we do the out of bounds here that I was trying to do earlier. That I managed to nail first try, by the way. That will surely happen now. Oh, I actually got it. Okay.
It's
Now we
probably
go.
the simplest looking start to an out of bounds, but then the movement here is really wonky.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't fall off the edge here, and you gotta like circle around this weird corner. And that should be good. We hit the autosave checkpoint here and die. And now we do probably the easiest clip in and clip out in the game here. We're supposed to defeat a bunch of these enemies, but we can just clip in and then we clip out. Yippee, we got the bomb. Where's the Aeropult? There it is. You just sort of punch in that general direction and Jak will just clip through.
I got this.
And now for what is arguably the worst section of the game, the second Daxter Ball section. I am aware that is entirely skill issue, by the way, but in my heart, this will forever be the worst section of the game. So hopefully we don't
Daxter
die.
Ball is rough.
Yeah.
Because the best way to turn is to slow down and then just take the turn nice and slow. And even then, like, the angles that you can get from the turn and the camera not being controllable very well is just, it's a little bit of a mess. You can
Oh my
also,
God.
you got lucky there. I was about to say, you can also miss the guy at the end.
Yeah, you can just outright miss that guy, and I'm very surprised I didn't miss him there. But yeah. We take this elevator down, and now we can blow the entire place up, but not before defeating enemies arbitrarily.
We gotta defeat the last of the boss thing.
Absolutely. There we go. Epic camera angle.
Okay, the bomb's in place, but oops. How are we getting off this thing? Oh, jump!
And then something or other. Wahoo, we're back here now.
Yeah, you don't actually get to see that part, but he jumps
Ooh,
and
the
you
lag.
can see it on the mini map. Yeah, and this part lags immensely after that.
We need you in the air to help mobilize.
I forgot I had a eco jump there. Wait,
Wrong
I
way.
need to go back there. Oops. Wow, you can clearly tell which section of the run I've practiced a lot. So we get through here. There we go. And now we get out of here. Thank goodness. Now I actually know what to do for the rest of the game. So now we are going to leave Far Drop forever. That's a lie. We still have a little bit more to do here in Far Drop because the behemoth is here now and we have to shoot it down.
Yeah, the behemoth is just kind of gonna follow us everywhere.
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling.
Wield the ultimate power on this
Look at him.
world.
And this is a really weird fight, I would say. I should have gotten the other plane now that I think about it.
It's not that much different between the two, honestly.
Yeah, it's just minor time loss.
Children living in Far Drop. Great as all.
Those guns have us zeroed! Move around to throw off their lead!
But here we're supposed to shoot down a giant crystal that will show up in just a little bit. Once the game decides the automation wants to finish, a big crystal will show up. There we go. And any moment now.
And it'll die like in the cutscene because of
Oh,
the Armageddon's mostly.
It didn't actually die. Normally it does die instantly,
Yeah.
but
Systems
yeah.
overloaded. The weapon's lost its
Now we gotta shoot down the fighters here. These fighters can be really obnoxious sometimes. I've had them clip into the behemoth, and I've had them do circles around me, and
They
Yeah,
play
they are.
all over so weird.
yeah, it's a weird pattern, and you just have to sort of react to it.
Have you clipped into the behemoth yet?
I haven't, no. I was
Okay,
not
good.
aware that's a thing.
Yeah, that can happen. Depending on how deep into the behemoth you get, it can count as a soft lock and you have to restart the mission, but sometimes you can get out.
Seems functional, and because we took down those fighters really quickly, we have to wait for this automation of the behemoth going to this part of Far Drop.
Yeah, it's not supposed to die that quickly, but then it's just, yeah. You have to wait it out.
Alright, here's the crystal again. There's the crystal again. You didn't even get the chance to see it there.
What crystal?
Incoming fire!
Yeah, exactly. These ships spawn in a really annoying location, but... Yeah, wow, these guys are in really annoying positions to shoot, but thankfully Armageddon does most of the work for us.
Perks of being on hero mode.
Yep. We do get the Armageddon at this point in any percent, but yeah,
You only have
we
it.
don't.
You have a limited amount of the ammo in any percent at this point, so you kind of have to be careful with that.
Yeah, you can see we have 40 Armageddon shots on the top right there. In any percent at base level, you only get 2 shots, and those are actually limited, and they take a really long time to. Oops, that's what I'm doing. They take a really long time to restock the Armageddon every time you use it. Back to the behemoth, back to the Phantom Blade we go. And hopefully we will never ever see the behemoth ever again, right? Hopefully not. That's a very scary ship.
Also, this is a good time to put into perspective the difference between no scene player skip for hero mode and using scene player skip. So the first time you get to the ship in the game, you can go from there to here.
The old timers then.
So everything we've done since the first time we entered the ship can be skipped with the same player skip.
Yep. And all you have to do is skip a cutscene.
You just have to watch you have to watch 3 specific cutscenes in the scene player while you're on the ship, and it gives you access to this point in the game for basically anyway. So it's a good like 45 minutes to an hour of time save. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's also a very easy category to learn. If you are interested in learning the game, Hero Mode Any Percent is the place to start because it's very short and very simple with the Hero Mode buffs that we get. So can definitely recommend that.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute category, so it's definitely the easiest run to get into if you're interested in running TLF.
For sure. Even if you're not interested in running TLF, the series has a wide spectrum of different games with different tech and whatnot. If you like collectathons, you will like Jak 1. If you like mission-based, if you like mission-based Grand Theft Auto, sort of hovering over things, then you got Jak 2 and 3. If you like silly little rodent going quickly, then you got Daxter. If you like cars, you got Jak X, which we will not be showing today, but
Or Jak X.
Unfortunate. We did have the Jak relay yesterday over at twitch.tv/Jak Speedruns, which did have Jak X in it, so that's exciting.
Also, this is the 3rd Dark Daxter section as well as the last, and you've also only seen 2 of those because we skipped the first. It's more of the same, but just bigger, really. You blow up these bombs to get past some guys. Still hitting some buttons. All the mechanics are the same. You can clip these guys through these barriers, though, which is quite fun.
Yeah, and this one we gotta hit this button, do a big circle around, and then blow up these walls here.
It's pretty much the same as the first, but also the controls while spinning is a little awkward, so trying to hit the TNTs is a little awkward.
Yeah, you gotta like really commit to it and know how you're going to bounce around. Yeah, like that one Daxter did not want to aim there.
Also, those are scanners, so they need to be, you need a guard of some kind to scan on them. So we literally just pick them up and throw them on their faces onto the scanners.
Yeah, Doc Daxter. He's so edgy and cool. But here we're going to do a minor skip. We can pick this guy up and throw him over the barrier, just so we don't have to deal with him circling around and, you know, dealing with this other button that exists for some reason. We can just ignore that and throw him over the barrier as it changes. Come on, there we go.
TNT. This part can be really annoying in any percent because you have a limited amount of the spinning part. So you have to make sure you save enough of it and get through things quick enough. But luckily on hero mode, since you have an infinite amount, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. We can smash the elevator here and to get the secret orb. I guess this one doesn't have a secret orb. Never mind.
Yeah, I think it was the other one.
It will forever remain a secret. But yeah, now we get into Europan Palace. This is the only time we will see Europa, and it's in complete ruin, and we have to go through a weird palace thing that we have not been to previously, I don't think. But
yeah, so this whole area here is the city that we skipped at the very beginning of the game, but you don't get to see it all nice and clean and pretty. You only get to see it in ruins, and after that gets blown up there, now it's just a completely different section from the beginning area anyway.
Yeah. We do a bunch of platforming here. There are some weird cycle-based things that we do a little bit later. I think it's coming up here after this climb. But
yeah, it's right after the climb.
Yeah.
Also, during the beginning section of the palace here, you do not have access to any of your weapons. You only have regular punching. There's a weapons lock that makes honestly zero sense as to how it's locking you from your weapons, but
It just sort of does, you know. We can blame Daxter's pants on that one.
dang it, Daxter.
Yeah, it's like got the 5G connection to disable weapons, something like that. I don't know. But here is the weapons lock machine. All we have to do is just punch it a grand total of 1 time, and now
You
we get
just
our
hit it
weapons
once.
back.
Let's go!
And then there's this section here, which in any percent you can actually die during this cutscene here. So
Yeah.
in any percent we do a whole bunch of setup. You know, we activate the shield, we go off to the side, we deal with those enemies to a really specific thing. But here we're invulnerable, so that doesn't matter at all.
You can also clip through the wall to the left in any percent where you're trying to do the setup properly, and you'll fall out of bounds sometimes, which is great.
Near the palace. Be careful.
Yeah.
There's some kind of dark eco.
So now we go into the best boss fight of the game. Do you remember the funny monkey from earlier? This is his bigger brother. This is
With
the
a-
hyper mutant.
With a thing stuck in his head and...
Wow, that did a lot of damage for the first phase. Normally at the
that was a good
halfway
one.
point, normally at the halfway point he goes into the shield here, but I'm almost a quarter done with his health.
You should be able to
And
come
he's
right
gone.
here. Yep.
Oh, I need to punch him one more time actually, but there we go. He is gone. Oh,
Oh,
what-
nice little slide there.
Don't worry about it. We're just chilling.
So the story of this game is basically the world's eco powers are going out, and we're trying to save them. We're trying to restore eco to the world. So earlier on, there's a eco core that we found that we were trying to use to help with the eco storages. But this guy here took them all.
My controller disconnected for no reason there.
Nothing's hurting.
Oh, fun.
Maybe you should try fighting fire with fire.
So we have to hit him a few times here. One more. Another one. Oh, it's because I have the wrong weapon out. That's why he's not going to his next phase. There we go. We do some extra damage. Why not? And yeah, he goes into this section where he picks up the plane.
Holy crap, he picked up that plane!
True. That's honestly the best dialogue line in the game. I actually kind of screwed up the cycle because I had the wrong weapon, but we can make this work. Don't worry about it.
Also, back with the story stuff, so yeah, he stole the eco core, so we're not able to revive the eco for the world currently. He's trying to use it for his own evil purposes, and we need to get it back.
Yeah, he has a ton of health. We're doing the same strategy we do for every other boss in the game, which is just spam eco rocket jumps and he will die, but as you can see, his health doesn't quite drain at the same rate as all the other bosses. We just have to spam attacks and hope he just stops, I guess. Hope he stops being a big meanie.
Plane. He threw
Threw
a plane at us. At me!
That's my favorite part from Daxter in this game.
Yeah, Daxter has a lot of quips in this game, but I guess that's just his personality in general.
That's the boss fight.
There we go. He's gone. And that was Dark Sky Heat. We will never see him again. That's a lie. We're going to see him immediately again, but this time he has a nice little plane.
Yeah, so this is technically all the final fight all together in a row. That was the on foot section, and now we're gonna go chase him through a very obnoxious area, and then we're gonna fight the behemoth a third time.
Yay! I love the behemoth. Save and load here. Time save. Oops. It's not time save if I press no to save in the game.
Interestingly enough, this chase has actually gone through multiple variations because we had to figure out exactly what made the chase move on in different sections. And it's been sped up by like a good minute or so over the course of things. You wouldn't think there would be that much time saved in something like this, but there is.
Yep. So we're going to do like a weird sort of specific path here. We have to wait for a little bit here because if we go too far ahead, the game will actually time us out for being too far away from Skyheed. This is meant to be a big pursuit section of Skyheed.
They decided to pull from Jak 1 for some reason, where in that game, in one of the sections, if you go too fast, if you go too slow, the game makes an area blow up, but if you go too fast, the same thing happens because there's just like a bubble around it, basically. So if you're outside the bubble in any way, then the game's just like, hey, you're going too slow, even though you went too fast. This game has the same problem, just in this section.
Yeah.
Too fast means too slow.
That should be good enough for me to make a rush to the end. I might actually wait a little bit more.
Yeah, I better play it a little bit safer for a showcase.
Yeah, you can lose minutes if you're not careful, so...
It's very easy to go too fast here in hero mode.
Yep. There we go, that timer on the left there is meant to be the sort of timeout, chase him down kind of thing. And I'm actually not sure if the portals are consistent in this room, because I've never been able to figure out if...
They are consistent.
Oh, today I learned. I'm very skill issue, apparently.
Yeah, they're consistently the same each time. Just matters kind of like on which way you're looking to kind of know better. For a while, I didn't think they were the same either.
Oh, whoa, I got like a huge boost there. That was weird.
Yeah, the arms will really push ya.
Yeah, this big arm, I don't even know what area this is. There's just sort of a big mechanical arm that's swinging at you to stop you. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand the arms.
One of the sections of all time. So now we gotta wait up here. It's just so Skyheed teleports and we immediately hit him with a bunch of Armageddon shots. Ah, there's the portal. I just did not see it though.
They take a second to spawn in, and if you're too close to it, it won't spawn in.
Ah, okay.
So you have to keep your distance from it while also being somewhat near it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one.
But this is the end of the chase. He ran away. So now we want to chase him. He ran back to the behemoth.
Indeed. And now we are pretty much on the final stretch. Well, we're on the final boss, rather. Where we have to take down the behemoth now. I think we just gotta go out. Yeah.
Yes, just take the plane.
Yeah, I always get confused whether you have to go back into the interior to watch a cutscene or something, but no, you just literally go in and out of the plane, because logic.
Yeah. There's so many, different ways of getting different places, because sometimes a cutscene brings you there, sometimes you don't have to go there at all, sometimes you have to change it to the location.
Yeah. It gets a lot in your head, yeah.
It's very confusing. But this is the final fight. It's kind of the same as everything else. So they're gonna destroy the shield, and then we have to destroy all these eco crystals that are on the sides of this, which is very fast with the Armageddon. This first one only has these two, and then a bunch of planes come out, and you have to destroy all the planes.
Yeah, if we're lucky, we did get lucky there. If we're lucky, some of the lingering Armageddon shots will actually hit these planes during that cinematic there. And we did get lucky, and we shot down one, which probably saved me no time at all, but I figured I would mention it anyway.
Yeah, hero mode doesn't really save much comparatively to any percent. And even in any percent doesn't save that much, but it's still nice to see when it happened.
Yeah, it can look really cool if you free fire the Armageddon in the right location and the planes just immediately die on spawn.
There's also a really funny glitch that can happen. It does not save time, but it happened to me casually. If you die at the same time as finishing one of these sections and get the cutscene, so you get that cutscene and die at the same time, when you respawn back in, you will be invulnerable, which is great.
Yeah. Plane invulnerability. You get correction. You get more invulnerable than you normally are, and if that doesn't make sense, then don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, for any percent stuff anyway.
Oh, is this guy clipped in?
Yeah, he's in there.
All right, if we get to show off the best backup in the game, where is he? Where is my man? Hold on.
He's like way inside there. Yeah, so sometimes they can clip inside the shield, and you can't get in the shield.
Yeah.
So they can get themselves back out sometimes, but other times you have to do this fun backup of first finding them.
Yeah, finding them sucks a lot.
You get close
Come
enough
on.
to that one?
He's going really quickly back and forth. Okay.
Wait. Where'd he go? There he is.
Go on.
Oh, so close.
Ah.
The rope broke.
I've never heard that dialogue line in my life.
No?
Nope. I've never broken a Daxter Jack like that. So now we have to wait for our Daxter Jack to recharge.
Yeah, so
for
the only
some
way to
reason.
get this guy out of the shield, they can get themselves in, but they can't get themselves out. The only way to actually get them out is to use the Daxter jacking, which we have not really used at all. But it will kill the plane when you take the stuff off the plane. But first you have to do this.
There we go. Alright, now we can take apart the plane. Yeah, it's really annoying when the planes get stuck in the behemoth shield. Cause
Yeah, we used to consider that a soft lock because we didn't have a way of getting to it, but we found out that Daxter jacking can actually let you get to it.
Sayonara, sucker.
And doing that, for some reason, destroys the plane.
yeah, I mean, you take apart a lot of core mechanics of the plane, so...
But should it blow up?
Don't worry about it.
So now these shields are here. They're not an issue during hero mode, but there are shields in the way.
Yeah, they're doing their job shielding, probably.
Same thing, destroy more of these crystals, and then get another cutscene, and then destroy more planes.
Yeah, you just sort of go back and forth between destroying fighters, and hopefully none of these will clip into the behemoth, because that would be annoying. We just shoot that and then shoot the crystals until we unlock the sort of big crystal of the behemoth is siphoning energy from.
A brain. Isn't there? So they're not actually siphoning energy from it. They're trying to use the energy that's in it, because that's what they took the eco core and they're using that with the eco core.
Yeah. There we go, the brain is right there. We've shot it down multiple times already, but one more time will surely take care of it, right?
There's actually if you won't see it here because you'll kill the brain quick enough, but if you don't kill it quick enough, it'll bring you into like this weird dark eco thing, vortex-like thing.
Nice, we got the little skip that you
I
can
got
do
the
there.
nice one. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do a trick right before the game fades to black there, you get behind the behemoth and you can do this phase like this. This is a bit annoying, but it's way easier than dealing with the behemoth from the front like you normally would.
Whoa! Somebody stop the spin
Also, something
yeah.
with this too is, even though we're on hero mode, this beam does the exact same amount of damage as it would in 90%, and these things have more health in hero mode, so it just takes a really long time to break them.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like this super beam that makes that's like super strong and whatnot, and it's not.
Time is coming up very soon, by the way. It will be when I destroy the crystal in front of the ship. So, there we go. That one's destroyed, and now we go around to the front here. Oh, gotta get the right position. It's a really weird hitbox. Just gotta damage it. And...
Come on.
Dark Ego
And that is time.
GG.
Oh yeah. Bit of a messy run, but we got there in the end. We beat the game. And we beat the estimate, more importantly. And that, my friends, was Jak and Daxter The Lost Frontier.
Look at that!
Just a few closing words before I end off and hand it over to the rest of the Jak special we have today. I want to give shout outs to the people that run this game. This game is quite often sort of memed on. It's the haha point and laugh game. But in reality, this is a very fun game, and I highly encourage everyone to give it a try, even if it means casually playing it on the PS5 version, or if it means running on emulator, or any sort of way to play this game is very cool. I want to give a shout out particularly to Cran. Cran has found an endless library of strats, and it's quite impressive what he's found, and he's personally helped me a lot with learning this game. And thank you to Headstrong as well, who also knows this game like the back of her hand, and has helped me learn a bunch of things. Giving a big shout out to all the TLF enjoyers out there. But I think that's it from me. Headstrong, you got anything you want to say?
I think that about covers it all, honestly. It was a great run. Good job, Slice, on it. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of this Jak showcase that's going on.
I'm excited for the next run. What will that next run be, Mr. Church and Sarge?
So coming up next, we have the Jak and Daxter Trifecta run. So Precursor, Legacy, Jak 2, and Jak 3. That's going to be run by Aslov. And then afterwards, we're going to be finishing off with Daxter All Missions.
Raise your hand.
2 to 1, done.
Yeah, thank you both so much for being on, for showcasing the game, talking about it. Really appreciate you being here to, showcase some Jak. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Jak 1. See you in just a few minutes, everyone.
That sexy pirate chick. Oh, and a
Done quick hot fix. Today we are showcasing various Jak games. We are going to be witnessing the Jak Trifecta of the first 3 games. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder. You can now join the official GDQ Discord and add the hotfix role, where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. Also, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix for more information on any of our weekly shows and weekend specials. With all of that said, I'll hand it over to our runner and commentary for the first game in the Trifecta here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Thanks, Church. I'm Aslov. I've been running these, mainly the main trilogy of Jak games, for probably about almost 5 years now. But I like them all pretty close to equally. So the Trifecta category is a category I really enjoy. But it's quite a long and packed run, I'll say that. And then on commentary, I have Trots and Stellar. You guys want to say something?
Yo, what up?
Hello. Something. You wanted more than that, or? I'm afraid that's all I got. We run the game as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
We're not as good. Well, maybe Stellar is.
Yeah. So this is Trifecta any %. So I'll be doing any % for all the games. Well, I don't know what the technical answer for Jak 1 is. Technically, I'm not doing Fire Canyon Skip, which wouldn't fall under any % in the main boards, but it's still any %. But
yeah, because any % is
any
% is way too brutal.
Yeah, so we'll just not be doing one trick that saves like eight minutes. But
well, we can get into that as the run goes on. There'll be time to explain that, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I think we're ready to start. And we'll start in 3, 2, 1, now. Oh my god. What? Am I still going?
Yeah.
I got an error from on my computer real quick. It scared me. That scared me so much, and then I just skipped all those orbs.
All right, so basically the run's already doomed.
Oh, it's because I hit the space bar to start my split that I don't have.
Oh.
I hit space, and OBS was like, didn't like that.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Muscle memory, I've done that before.
Yeah.
So basically, Aslov's going to be grabbing as many orbs as he can because we're trying to get 20 cells so he could get through Fire Canyon on the Zoomer. Normal 90%, you could just skip all that, but it's extremely difficult, so that's why he's doing no FCS.
Yeah, so power cells being like the collectibles that let you progress through the game, whereas these like bronze orbs are like money. And the reason we're getting them, as Trod said, is we're gonna buy 2 power cells. So we need to get to 20. We just got 4 in the tutorial level. And then we're gonna get another 16, including 2 purchased ones, to get us up to 20 ASAP.
Yeah.
No cutscene skips. Enjoy the lore.
Raw PS2 gameplay. Yeah, if we were doing true 80%, we do Fire Canyon skip, where you bypass the 20 cell requirement for Fire Canyon, and you just bounce through, and it's extremely difficult. And if I did that, we would probably be here much longer than if I just got 20 cells. It's not that long to get 20 cells.
Put it this way, we could quite easily use the estimate for this entire trifecta just for the Jak 1 run if we were doing actual 80%. Because you never know how long it'll take. Even if you're good at the skip, you never know how long it'll take to get one successfully through. Because it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, well, especially because first box is so difficult. It's probably the hardest part, and it's just a pixel perfect trick. But the rest of it isn't too bad in comparison.
But yeah, anyway, it's not like Aslov's a chicken. You know, he's pretty good at this game. He's not bad. It's just nobody's ever done 80% at any kind of showcase, and maybe sometime in the future that'll happen. But it's just
yeah. It's gonna be you, Stellar.
It's gonna be Sly Sonic in 2026.
That's crazy.
He's like the number one advocate for 80%, like at this time it seems.
I didn't even forget that Sly Sonic just did the previous run, and Sly is actually he's the most recent person to complete an 80% run of this game. It's like, because we only allow people who do that really hard skip on the 80% board, there's like under 20 people on the 80% board, and he's the latest person, so he's a bit of a gamer.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually completed it pretty quickly too, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he said he was practicing.
It took him that long to get a run.
I think he said he practiced the skip on and off for like a few years.
Yeah.
Also, I think I missed an orb in the water.
You have 67.
See, at the end of the level, I don't know any counts outside of these end of the level, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like, so we mentioned. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I know an extra orb later.
I should hope so. Single extra orb, you know.
Single orb.
There's 2,000 in the game.
2,000.
This guy knows one.
Yeah. I guess I should have mentioned. The orb is like you lose like almost no time to it but it's like really tricky to get. It's on the roll jump when you leave temple. It's like one of the orbs are on the rings. If you slightly angle your roll jump in a specific way, you can get both orbs. It's kind of precise.
Jack Run is talking about a precise roll jump to pick up 1 extra orb. Kind of depressing.
That I'll probably miss and lose 3 seconds to getting a different orb.
That's this category in a nutshell, though, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah, this category is just very... It's tight on orbs. You gotta get every orb in your path, and if you miss one, then you gotta go get another one, which sucks because this is a fast category, so seconds really matter. But yeah, obviously, this is a trifecta run, so not a big deal at all.
Yeah, so we lose 10 minutes, half an hour. Who cares, right?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
Looking good so far, though.
Yeah, Sentinel Beach pretty much done.
Sentinel Beach in this category, simultaneously the easiest split, but also the hardest. I don't know if that's just me.
Yeah.
Just because it's the first level, and there's nothing particularly difficult in it. But so the movement is just so refined that if you make any mistake, you feel like the worst player in the world. You just have to fight the urge to reset.
It's kind of nice that we don't we can't get old save game there anymore because of the new starting method.
Oh, true.
Yeah, well, I should probably explain that. There's a bug where for some reason, sometimes at the end of that level, when you autosave off of the power cell or save and load like manually, like to get back to the start of the level, the saving doesn't work properly sometimes. I don't really know how to describe it, but when you go to load that file, it's almost like corrupted in a way. It does something that it shouldn't, and that would have been. It wouldn't have actually mattered too much if it happened, I suppose, but don't really want to see it.
Yeah.
And we didn't, so. You mentioned it doesn't happen anymore, but I think it still does. It might just
does it really?
Be less common. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
Oh, okay. I've never had it happen or seen it happen since we don't have to save there. I thought it was part of saving that caused it.
Yeah, but the game still saves with autosave. You're just not doing it manually.
Right.
That's the only difference.
Right.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've had it myself since we made the change. Anyway.
Yeah, I believe you.
I'm very believable.
Yeah, very trustworthy.
But I'll tell you what isn't believable. The pace of this run. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, honestly, besides
this is still good.
Besides me just like not knowing what to do at the start, it's not bad. Sentinel seems easy, but there's a lot of like water jumps and roll jumps that you have to get, or else you just like lose times all over the place. And it adds up, but we're not worried about it in this run.
Yeah.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, outside of the big skip of this category, nothing else really matters. Like, in the grand scheme of things. Because, like, this is... Ideally, this run is, like, this entire trifecta is a bit over an hour and a half. So, any real mistake Aslov makes is not going to be a big deal in this game. Not that much time you can lose.
So, Jak 2 is going to be the longest game for the trifecta.
By far, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah, I said it.
And Jak 3, any percent is like around 20 minutes also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the world record's 19 minutes.
Oh, wow.
It should be faster than this, but I don't know. I don't actually know exactly. Aslov, you don't know if you want to leave it as a surprise or say now, but I don't know what exactly you're doing in Jak 3.
Oh, I'm doing 80%. Yeah, it should be faster than this. Unless I don't want to say what could go wrong, because a lot could go wrong in any game.
You want me to start listing all the ways that this could go wrong? Just get them out of the way.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, let's just start manifesting.
We are prepared for most of these ways.
So we have been breezing through like the first two levels, but there's really not all that much to it except just optimize movement and getting pretty much every like easy power cell there is, because we're only gonna visit these 2 main levels and then the connector level in between them, like the village, to get to get us up to 20 power cells, and both levels have 8 power cells each in them that you can grab. So if we get every cell in both levels, we'd be at 16 plus the 4 from the tutorial. We'd only barely have 20. So even with the extra ones that we get in the village, you do have to get most of the power cells. So basically just casual, playing the game casual.
As you can see, he got exactly 240 orbs. No more, no less. So perfect.
Yeah, I ended up being right about missing that orb in the water.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, getting
More
extra
cutscenes, we wait for Oracle.
Yeah, getting an extra orb won't lose you much time as long as you could like recognize it and like actually have a plan. Like if I just made it to the end and realized I missed one, it'd be kind of bad. But again, that's just that's in the scope of like it just a Jak 1 run. In the scope of a trifecta, yeah, this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna go through this entire run just being like, yeah, this doesn't matter, and this doesn't matter. Yeah,
there's gonna be like 5 parts of this run where if you mess up, you lose like 5 minutes, and those are gonna be the moments you just don't want to mess up.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a lot of instances of that in this run. So, I mean, if everything goes accordingly, we won't even have to talk about it. Yeah, it will. It will.
Now be careful.
Yeah, I planned on playing so well that I get like a 140 without Fire Cane skip, so it's like actually a goated run. But we'll see.
I look forward to it.
Like burning molten metal over? The fire cannon gets pretty
Yeah,
hot.
sub 2 hours, like for sure. That's just. It's honestly cool that you could beat all 3 games in under 2 hours.
Oh, and when you get across,
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. The first game's not exactly that long, but like the second 2 games aren't exactly short. Well, like casually, I mean, you know. So it is kind of surprising you can do that.
It is pretty interesting how much longer Jak 2 is than the others. I've never really thought of it like that.
Yeah, it's just not as broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jak 2's just in a drought for
stay
15
tuned.
years.
Maybe in 5 years we'll be back and it'll be under 1 hour for the entire trilogy. I'll be sick.
Oh my god, that'd be a dream. It's like if
the old builds, like what the October build for Jak 2 or whatever, that's like 2 minutes, 3 minutes long or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we get there, like Jak 2 is like it's gonna be like a little under an hour, but there's actually a skip that was patched just before the game came out that would have let the game be finished in like under 10 minutes, which is really unfortunate. But like it's in like the last build of the game before it was released. That skip is still possible, and then they just noticed it and patched it out.
Yeah.
Which is sad speedrunner noises for that one.
Yeah, it'd be pretty interesting if that was how any percent was.
Yeah, almost a 5-minute run, but we have a 55-minute run instead.
Can't tell if is Aslov just cutting out for you guys as well, or is it just me?
No, he is cutting out a little bit sometimes.
Ew.
Yeah, we're gonna try to
We'll just
skip.
we'll roll it along. Oh. I can't tell if Aslov's actually talking right now.
Well, he's going for his face skip right now. This is a trick that is pretty hard. You can't see what you're doing, and Lava Walk is also just a completely random trick. Okay, he burned. If he can get it. 2 burns.
Sick, let's go.
Oh, and he got it. Nice. 3rd try. He got it 3rd try. Okay, that's actually insane.
It's quite improbable.
Yeah,
I
he did
hope I
take
got that
damage though, so he's gonna have to get more health in Hub 3. But still, I mean, it is faster than deload.
That's pretty cool.
That was also a
Yeah.
nuka glitch. I actually would have showcased Drunk Camp, but I straight up just got nuka glitch.
Glad to hear.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
It's kind of like a zombie state. Yeah, it's kind of like a zombie state where if you get lava walk on 1 health, you're kind of like dead and alive. So and I can't use a zoomer in that state. That's how I had to die.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Right now he's because he did die. He's collecting health. He needs 4 health for the next trick coming up, which is the big trick of the run, the biggest trick in the game, in fact. Lava tube skip, LTS, whatever you want to call it. For some reason in this game, you don't start with max health. You start with 3 health, and then you can the little number up next to your health in the top left. If that gets up to 50, that is effectively having an extra health. So you have 4. You can take 3 hits and still be alive. So we need to get up to that for the version of Lava Tube Skip that Aslov's going to be attempting. If he hadn't have taken damage when attempting Lava Walk in that boss fight, he would have been able to go straight to do the trick, because he would have been able to carry his health that he was building up. But because he burned and took 1 damage, he's going to have to make a stop here in Spider Cave just to grab some health and make a safety save as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so the safety save, it's just going to save him a little bit of time in case he misses Lava Tube Skip. He doesn't have to run all the way back over here. He can just load and he'll be right here. Yeah,
unfortunately,
he's already got 50.
Unfortunately, there's no way to farm health in the level that we do the skip in. So you have to come into this like neighboring level to do it.
Yeah.
But now he's heading over to Lava Tube, which is, well, you probably guessed, but that's where Lava Tube Skip happens.
He's doing some rail movement here, some swag.
If I did this, I would have died already.
I know, me too. Alright, now we got the rocket. This is the easy rocket. It was found by Zyphels, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that trick used to be pretty rough back in the day. It was a different version of that on a different section of the rails, but now it's easy. So now he is waiting for his idle animation. He just stored Lava Tube. And once Jak moves, he's gonna go backwards, grab the other checkpoint, and then continue to go through Lava Tube. Teller, do you know how to explain that any better than I can?
I'll give it a shot. So generally the premise of this is that we are trying to get to the second checkpoint of Lava Tube. We're not actually skipping Lava Tube at all. We're just skipping to the second checkpoint, which if you get that checkpoint, it automatically puts you on a zoomer. You can drive through the rest of the level. Normally, like there's a cell requirement. You need 72 to be able to ride the zoomer through this level. So we're skipping that requirement by getting to that second checkpoint. And we do that by, in layman's terms, we're storing a level using the idle animation every time Jak does an idle animation, which is if you just stand still for 30 seconds. It stores the levels you're in, and then we're making our way to a specific point in Lava Tube and doing a deload, so like the opposite of a storage, and then with the right setup. And
nice.
That was sick.
Nice.
Good job, man.
Good job.
That is the worst thing that could have gone wrong in this run. So we can officially say that none of this run matters from this point onwards.
That exactly.
It looked very like nothing, but that like he got on that box and did what we call a boosted. It's specifically off those boxes, it's called a scout fly boosted because that's a scout fly box. It's very tricky, and if you mess it up, you'll take damage, and you'll have to go back to Spider Cave where he made that safety save and do it all again. So that was sick, man. Well done.
Yeah, he saved himself potential minutes of time lost by getting that first try, so that's pretty huge. Kind of a... What? Go for it. No, you go for it.
Well, I was just gonna say, it makes me sad because I am now...
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sad that he got it first try, but I also kind of am, because I think I am now... I think, as far as I know, I'm the only person who's not gotten it first try at a GDQ or ESA, in a GDQ or ESA run. I think everybody else who's done it has done it first try, and then mine was like third try, so... I was kind of hoping somebody might join me in that club, but I guess not. So yeah, grats, man, but also...
Shoot, I'll join that club any day, man. I'll sign up. I'll sign up next time. You don't have to be in that alone.
Trotz's goal is to get in.
Do that for sure.
But yeah, it's not exactly it's not an you need to practice it a lot just to be able to get it, and to do it with nerves is like, yeah, it's tough, very tough. Even way worse.
We just got yellow skip.
Well, significantly worse in actual any percent, because you have to do the hardest trick in the series, and then do that what we just saw on top of that. So it's yeah, any percent is a fun category. So glad we're not doing it.
Yeah, and within
honestly,
a matter of
everything
minutes,
leading
we're at
up
the end
to
of the
that,
game now. So he's
Scout
got
Fly
to do some
boosted
pause buffers
was
to skip cutscenes, because these cutscenes are really long, and you do not want to hit that cutscene trigger. Now we're at the top of Citadel. That was it's a certain version only. Like, what is it? 2 versions of the disc that allow
more or less, yeah. Certain versions. So, I mean, he basically just skipped, like, casually, maybe like 10-15 minutes of gameplay right there. I mean, a speedrunner could do it in less than that, but, you know, he skipped a lot in a matter of moments. He did, like, 3 cutscene skips. One of them's 2.5 minutes long. Yeah, that all just happened in a flash. And yeah, as Trotz was saying, only specific versions of this game can do the biggest skip of them all, which is Citadel skip, which is skipping from the bottom to the top of the level just by a pause buffer we didn't explain, but it's just you can just delay a pause for 2.5 seconds, and during that 2.5 seconds you can run through a cutscene and die, and then the cutscene will be skipped when you respawn. So and in specific versions of the game, if you do that on that specific cutscene, it puts you at the top. That's the version specific trick.
Yeah, which is obviously older versions. So greatest hits, like the red copy, that doesn't work. Also, he's doing 1 frames right now. He just got 2. That's a
2 for 2.
It's, as the name explains itself, it's a 1 frame. Super hard.
How many frames is it, Trots?
It's a 1 frame actually. I know.
Okay.
Who would have thought? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
But
must be precise.
Yeah.
Washed.
Dude,
yeah,
the run's over.
2 for 3.
I lost like 4 seconds. The run's just gone.
Yeah.
Nah, this run's disgusting, actually.
Yeah, honestly.
In a good way.
What?
We are about a minute away from time on this first game already, by the way. So,
Yeah.
He's blasted through this like an absolute.
Yeah. Honestly, the last 5 minutes, I've just been calming down, because everything in Hub 3, like just crater to lava tube, is just so stressful.
White Eagle! That could be the stuff to check.
But
Or it might stop that
definitely feeling good.
Even the rail
gameplay, bro.
movement.
Stay fuzzy.
Didn't look phased in terms of gameplay, so
Choices.
Yeah.
Missed some pause buffers, but
Yeah.
Save the world, but do it quickly.
whatever.
Change my mind.
doesn't matter.
yeah, pause buffers are also frame
Like we said.
perfect, but you're just pressing like 2 buttons at the same frame. And it just gives you a state to skip those cutscenes. Those are like pretty easy to learn. I'm sorry, I forgot.
There we go.
Got to give a countdown. Just jump scare them. Oh man.
GG, man. Well done. I mean,
Thank you,
I don't
yeah.
know what the time was on that, but that had to be very
20
rapid.
Yeah, because I got to level off a couple burns with first phase skip, so it's probably slightly faster than deload, and then it's like a minute and 30 to getting health.
Yeah.
Maybe 25. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like it was 25 on the dot.
Ah.
Oh,
that's
like 25 flat, almost 24.
That's actually insane. That's insane for having to go to Spider Cave.
Oh. Let's hope this incredible level of performance continues. Surely surely it still continues uphill from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Jak 2 and 3 are just like the worst.
Oh, they're way easier than Jak 1, right?
Oh yeah.
Well,
I was told
to find out, I guess.
Can I just go to the next game? 'Cause I was told we might.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break while we get ready, like the next game set up. So thank you all for commenting the first run here. We're gonna take a quick break, get the second game set up, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing a bunch of different Jak games. We are in the middle of a Jak Trifecta run, a speed run of Jak 1 through 3. We're about to start with Jak 2 here. I'll hand it over to our commentary, let everybody introduce themselves, or reintroduce themselves.
I'm Aslov again. Just got off of a pretty good start to this run. Jak 1 was 25 flat, I heard, which just exceeded my expectations. So I'm pretty confident going into the next few games, but commentary is slightly different, so I'll let them introduce.
Hello, I'm Stella again. That's it.
Oh, I'm Tyler. I'm Trots. And we got Jordan now.
But we have a special
Lord.
newcomer.
I'm Blord. I'm the Jak 2 current world record holder of any percent, and I'm ready to see Aslov on a good show.
Yes, sir, dude. Blord's the man. He's probably the best player at this game right now. Just I
best at bashing my head against the wall.
Yeah, no, and it definitely deserved. He puts in the work. In this game's brutal, so you really need to. But I'm ready to start, so I'll give a countdown. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo.
Jak 2.
Woo.
What a game. One
Yeah.
of the best.
This is the filler between like the games people care about, and it's the longest one.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Blord would disagree with that statement, but...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, did we mention that Mr. Blord here is the world record holder with the first 52 ever in this game?
I think it was mentioned, but not the 52 part. Let's see if we can mention that a few more times throughout the run, I think.
Oh, the spin thing.
Nice.
Yeah. That's
Isn't that like a one-frame thing?
something like that. That's why I changed the movement to show off that.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that.
I know what?
I should have warmed up.
That's a great start.
Not there, at least.
Yeah, not there.
Escape has like super satisfying movement, but I didn't warm up my sticks, which is a neat feature of these games, where the analog sticks aren't like calibrated when you start up the game.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
Well, at least not calibrated very well, anyway.
Yeah.
So we do what we call warming up your sticks, which is literally just like making sure you go through the full range that the stick can. Like you just spin it in circles or whatever, and that calibrates it properly. But if you forget to do that, then in the first level of any of the games, you'll just be terrible because the calibration will just be a little bit off.
So Aslov, when is the last time you played Jak 2? I'm assuming you've been practicing a little bit for the Trifecta.
Yeah, not as much like the past couple days because I was but I've been doing all missions like a week or two ago, and I got a good amount of Jak 2 practice.
Yeah, I mean that basically is any percent practice. So.
Yeah, it's just like these first few minutes. I'm probably not the most de-rusted in, but this is just Zoomer RNG. Doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna lie. Because you mentioned all missions, my brain suddenly thought that we were doing all missions now, and I was about to tell you that you're doing the wrong thing. But but no, you are doing the right thing. You carry on.
Yeah, don't trick his brain.
Yep.
Listen, his brain's way smarter than mine. There's no chance of that.
Oh. Whoa,
Well,
whoa.
Do I have to restart?
We're in. You do
wait.
get a restart.
Probably should, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
No, I agree. I should restart.
Yes.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I wait like long on that stupid skip because the tomb wouldn't load for me sometimes. I blame the console, but who knows?
You have a 90K?
Yeah, but like the loading for this game started like there's too many like random occurrences where I think my disc just started going bad because like things were taking longer to load.
And this game has a lot of issues with loads and lag and everything, so everything just has that moments to vary, and like everything that you do, you have to like really compensate for a lot of stuff that the game just throws at you at random.
We talk about what he's actually doing right now.
Yeah, we skipped 2/3 into the game.
Yeah.
I know,
Well, right now he's only getting to the good part. We have now just performed a Mars Tomb skip right now. We're moving on to Daxter Chase skip, which is another recent discovery as well in the last 2 years, I think. And this just basically just progression warps us from 0.0 to 0.66% in the game, I think.
Yeah.
Just to make tech feel at ease, that black screen there, that's in the game. That wasn't like his game feed just cutting out for a split second. For some reason, when you have to like go away from that boulder and then come back, and the game just goes to black for like a split second when it reloads in. Bit of a strange one. Also, yeah, Daxter just like morphed into Jak randomly.
Also, I'm hovering. And
also.
Yeah.
Oh. You missed the free fall, I'm assuming.
Was that deliberate?
Nope, I just didn't land in the right spot. The ground right there is kind of invisible.
Oh, I mean,
and there is also very little of it.
Yeah.
So this is the worst part of the run, in my opinion. I've never wanted to memorize these things.
We should explain. Aslov right now is fumbling because pretty much nobody memorizes the patterns for this this puzzle. There's 6 patterns it can be, and it's like an audio pattern. You hit a tombstone, it plays a noise, and there'll be another tombstone in here that has the same noise, and you just gotta press one after the other, and then they go down. Aslov there was quickly trying to find the sheet that we all use that shows the 6 patterns. Didn't have it up ready, so what a scrub.
One thing I had to prepare before this run.
Yeah, the only thing to prepare for this game.
Did you say it's 6 patterns, Stellar?
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought it was 3. Holy.
Yeah, that's 6.
Only 6.
I wish it was only 3.
Which I do actually know all 6 off by heart.
Yeah, there's a few gamers who have memorized all 6.
Yeah, show offs.
Show off.
Just use the sheet. I think it was what was it? I remember watching I think it was the runner named Sikinar at GDQ, I think it was, in the past, or maybe it was at Calithon or something. Literally printed out a sheet of paper with the 6 patterns on, rather than memorizing them for the run. It's I'd do the same, honestly, if I didn't have my phone on me.
When I was grinding 80% last, I memorized probably like half of them, just like the fastest ones, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just by playing, you do sort of memorize the best pattern because it's the one you're hoping that you get, and it's the best because it's easy and fast.
Yeah. Holy RNG.
Also, these are so good bombs. These are very good bombs. Basically, you want to try and get like an extra hit on Praxis here, because you can hit him 4 times, and you can actually hit him with an extra. And then if you get really good RNG like Aslov,
oh my god,
Praxis becomes a breeze.
That was really fast.
That was really good. Very good RNG.
Check his console, please. First, you got Lava Walk. I mean, it wasn't like first try. But you didn't, I mean, it kind of was first try at the same time.
Yeah.
Did you get Ghost Town as well?
Yeah. Do you actually get Ghost Town? No way. God, okay, so that's a really hard trick where you got to get the camera stuck on basically the collision down and hope that the game doesn't load in time and you can just bypass the airlock entirely.
I mean, you say it's hard, but isn't it basically just pot luck whether or not it gets stuck or not? Like, I don't know.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Honestly,
that's...
The way the airlock took forever to open meant I was way more likely to get it, but I don't know why the airlock took forever to open.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking that, like, because you were almost hitting the ceiling before the door was like open.
Okay, I'm being shot at. That guy died.
Because you have insane luck, you didn't get hit once. So.
Okay, but this means invisible guard. There's like a 50% chance of invisible guard here.
Is that a fact? 50% the number?
Anecdotal.
But yeah, so if in this, we're in a city. I know it's completely different to the first game. If you haven't played these games casually, this is gonna make no sense, but, well, tough, I guess. But if you hit any of the guards, it's like GTA, you'll make everybody mad. And he accidentally hit one of the guard, vehicles, which immediately puts you in, again, like GTA, it puts you in like a 2-star wanted level as opposed to a 1-star, which means they shoot at you instead of just chase after you with like stun guns. So
yeah,
he was never really in any danger, but it's not exactly what he wanted. Could have lost some time there.
Yeah, he's honestly off to a great start right now. This is good.
Once again, a disgusting start.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Praxis is like, it's got skill to it, that boss fight, but there's also a lot of RNG to it. Obviously the tombstone pattern you get is RNG, and some of them are better than others in terms of speed and difficulty. So I don't actually know what pattern you got, to be honest, but
the worst one.
Pretty lucky. Oh, you did? Oh.
I don't know if it's the slowest, but it's my least favorite one.
I think it's 5 into 133, was it? I think it was.
Yeah, it was. It was dun 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 into dun 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 dun.
Nice.
Someone made like a caveman ooga booga tombstone sheet. Pretty funny.
Yeah, so we have 2 tombstone sheets now. We have one that's been used for years and years, and I think it was Sly Sonic again. He's getting many mentions this stream. He just basically edited the original cheat sheet, where it spells out the tune in as Azov said, caveman noises. So it's even easier to recognize which pattern you're getting. I don't know, you kind of need to see it, but what an asset to the community, making it such a resource.
I did not know about that. I'm gonna have to look at that. It just says bum 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 bum.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's literally what it says.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like tunes that don't have lyrics, and he's given them lyrics, basically. Yeah. Anyway, this is sewers. It's a escort mission, somewhat auto-scrollery, somewhat not.
Except for the elements of that just being RNG with metalhead spawns and stuff like that. Primarily in the first ambush is generally where you will lose most of your time, but after that it is pretty much just an auto-scroller until the last ambush, which again can only really vary from 2 to 3 seconds.
But if you're not on your game, it's quite easy to die in this mission because you only have 4 health, so you can take 3 hits without dying. And some of the enemies shoot lasers. If you just like, I don't know, lose track, you could just get swiped in the back at some point. And then in this fight, you know, you sort of put yourself at risk a little bit trying to go as fast as possible. So, and if you do die, you have to start halting again. It's one of the worst deaths you can have in this run, I think.
And there are no health packs at all within this entire level either, which really just adds the insults to it.
Yeah, pretty dumb mission, if we're being honest. Which, why would it be, you know?
It's definitely one of my least favorites in the run. Getting an good practice followed by good sewers RNG is just... It seems impossible a lot of times.
Yeah, one of the combination that makes this game so brutal is the early game is really hard, like just to be consistent at, because there's RNG, but it's also just difficult to execute. But then there's just so much more RNG throughout the rest of the run, and so many things that can just happen to you that almost feel like they're not in your control. You have, as I said, same health as the first game, but this game is way harder than the first game. And they're not very generous with like health. So it's just, in general, a very brutal category to run. But he's through the hardest part anyway. At least I would have said the hardest part.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's debatable.
Yeah, this game has a lot of really, really hard skips. I don't know. I feel like this game might be more difficult than No FCS in some ways.
I wouldn't say the hardest parts, but the most RNG heavy.
Yeah.
I think, Aslov, would you agree, like, that... I think I first heard you say this, that mentally, this is a harder category to run than Jak 1 any %, despite the fact that that one is without a doubt the hardest category to just finish. This one is just mentally the worst. Would you agree?
At world record level, probably not. Although they're close.
Oh, interesting. I thought I heard you say that, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. This is a recency bias probably for me. My last 80% grind was just like pretty frustrating. Jak 1.
Right.
But it was also really frustrating for this game. But it was more like disc issues, I felt like.
Yeah.
Both very off mentally.
Well, at the very least, they are both like, I'd say they are quite, at least the categories that I have run personally, they are head and shoulders like the most mentally challenging ones. At a top level, yeah, obviously, if you don't take it too seriously, then not too bad, but... So, I guess this is Bombbots, which is destroying Bombbots, as the name suggests. There's not a whole lot to it, except he did do a hover, which we haven't explained what a hover is, but I guess we'll get to that. He did a hover to a far-away Bombbot. It's just a bit of routing, because you have to kill all 3, but you can do them in any order. You have to kill them all before they reach the I don't know, the hideout. Well, I don't remember what the lore is. But,
yeah, it's something basically like that. They're just coming to the hideout, and you have to destroy them before they get there, and there's really not a whole lot more to it. That was very unfortunate, because that was a zoomer. But now that he's done this, he's just going to zoomer to Class 2 and start one of the second races in the game, but the first race that you'll do in the run. Which has a very cool skip, so do look forward to that.
I spent 3 seconds staring at the zoomer, judging if it was in the blast radius, and I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was like pixels away from being the best possible zoomer you could have ever gotten.
Yeah.
But it was just slightly too close to the Bombbot when it blew up. It just ended the zoomer instantly.
It didn't help I froze and just waited for it instead of went to it, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Also, that wall you just drove through, you can drive through that. Just cause.
If you're on a zoomer, specifically.
Specifically on a zoomer.
Yeah, it doesn't work on cars or anything like that.
I actually don't know, but I just know on foot. It's solid.
any zoomer, yeah, because there's collision for basically Jak, and there's collision for jetboard and collision for zoomers, and they just basically forgot to put collision for zoomers on that specific wall for some reason, so you can drive through it.
So here's a lap skip.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's on lap 2. How did that happen?
Oh my god.
Somebody please explain.
So what he basically does here is he's going to dip down into this corner, and you can get like a lot of height by just boosting and jumping. And he's just passing from a certain checkpoint to another one that allows the game to think that the lap has been successfully completed, allowing us to essentially shave, I think it's about 15 seconds off each lap or something like that.
No, it's not as many as 15, is it?
Or it's either that or it turns every lap into 15. I can't remember which it is. I think it maybe shaves 10 seconds off each lap, but it's a big hefty one overall.
Yeah.
It's I think it's 30 seconds saved over not doing any skips.
Yeah, I've heard that number thrown around.
Because the old lap skips saved 20 to 25, and then this new lap skips got found, and it saved a little bit more over those.
Oof.
Yeah, I was actually not paying attention during that, and
that was.
I got
complete. Noticed that you were not paying attention. You were hair away from dying there.
The only thing that's bad about those races is the fact that other racers can be the end of the race, and that's the last thing you want.
And this isn't a skill issue. In some cases, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Most of the time, you can do something about it, but sometimes, like I was saying earlier, sometimes in this game, that race included, if the races just feel like being annoying, they will just blow up and blow you up, and you'll have to restart the race.
Yeah, that would have been a case on me because I could have saw them coming on the map, but especially on the actual skip, when they're coming from behind, there's not much you can do besides decide not to go for the skips and lose time, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so you got 5 out of 5. That's
Can anyone explain what he just did there with the zoomer hop to get this checkpoint?
Yeah. So, I mean, he's doing it several times here, but the fastest travel through the city is normally it will be on a zoomer, which is the hover bikes, similar to the one in Jak 1. But if there are checkpoints you can grab that will, if you die or restart mission, even though you're not in a mission technically, if you die or restart mission after getting those checkpoints, it might put you in a favorable position to get further towards where you're going. And so Aslov's just done a combination of restart warping and dying after getting checkpoints for the next section of the city to get to this Hip Hog Saloon ASAP for another race.
For the Arrow race.
Which are you doing ringless?
Yeah, I'll do ringless.
We're doing ringless, which ringless is actually just one part of this race, which is where we actually take half of these rings right now, and then later on we'll actually skip a section of them to basically do a completely different route where we avoid them, but we will save, I think it's 5 seconds.
It's actually kind of funny how little this saves for how much harder it is to do compared to just doing it normally.
Yeah, because the rings give you a little boost, as you could see.
Yeah.
But also, in the city in general, these civilians, although he hasn't had the unfortunate yet, some of them can be solid, and if they choose to be, and he unfortunately hits one, that can obviously stop his momentum or potentially even throw him into a ring, which if he hits a ring at this point, it restarts the whole race as it counts as him missing a ring, and the game updates and mission fails him.
Yeah, so now that he has missed one, he can't grab any others because it'll think that he's cheating because he's grabbed a ring while missing one. So
because he is.
Well, yeah. I mean, the game would be right in that case, but
because he is.
Yeah, he is just cheating.
He's just cheating, man.
But the only reason this works is because the end trigger for this race is not actually a ring. It just you get the last ring and then you drive around a corner and there's just a cutscene, when you go in that area. So you don't actually have to hit all the rings. Fortunately, otherwise this would be pointless because you wouldn't be able to finish the mission. But Aslov did actually ram into a solid person there, but fortunately it wasn't really in a particularly bad spot. But this is another example of, if the game wants to, it will end your run, because you can't predict if a civilian is solid or not. It doesn't. It's so stupid, but not all of the civilians when you're on a vehicle are solid. Just some of them are, and there's absolutely no way to predict which one is and which one isn't solid. So,
yeah. It's actually so aggravating to watch the civilians run away from you, but they run in the same line as you. They don't go lateral.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how they try to dodge you. They just like hit the deck and just the belly flop.
Yeah.
But you'll still hit them.
I swear to God, sometimes they'll be out of your way and then they'll run into your way for like no reason.
Yeah, so it's anytime you're traversing through the city, really, you're just fighting the game, because it's just trying to throw things in your way and annoy you, and you're just trying and there might be some lag as well, so you're just trying your best to make it through. So that was a mission done in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Yeah,
back in
magically
Jak 1.
Samos' hut. Yeah.
Yeah, we're back in Jak 1.
Okay, is that hover?
Speaking of hovers, we still haven't explained those.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you want to explain? You want to explain that, Stellar? You keep bringing it up.
Blood. I heard you wanted to explain hovers.
Yeah, I was gonna explain it there when he got that hover.
Okay.
So a hover basically is a manipulation of like basically doing half of an input followed by a full input. So we kind of go half off to the left or right, depending on up or down fully. Doing those two tricks basically allows us to keep tapping the L1 button and perform multiple tricks, which just keeps on giving us infinite height as long as we rhythmically keep it in pattern. So, and that's basically how we just keep doing all of these hovers over all these triggers to keep getting death warps, which just fly us around this game. Speaking of flying to Owner right now.
Yeah, and you can hover too slow and too fast, which will drop your hover. I'm right on that.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Fast is more of an issue when you're hitting like a laggy spot. You can like if you were on OpenGold, the PC port, you could totally mash as hard as you want, but on PS2, just because of the lag, you might miss an input, which basically will drop the hover instantly.
Yeah.
Like
I'm actually sad.
Can pretty much mass. Oh, go ahead, Dazzle.
I'm actually sad I missed that hover because it's like that ghost town's my favorite, but we got the ghost town earlier, so.
Yeah, you got the ghost town earlier, which is
the more rarer, unlikely.
So,
yeah, and I forgot.
And Ghost Town is just where you pretty much deload all of the citizens and everything by doing a hover over like a checkpoint, pretty much. But it still loads in.
It's almost like the opposite of a deload, really, because it's like you're outside the city and you come back into the city, but you just don't load in the civilians. Like you miss a trigger that would like pop all the civilians in, but you hit all the right triggers to load the city in itself. So you can still traverse it and everything, but you just miss the key one that would put all the vehicles and dudes walking around.
Yeah.
This is another restart warp in a random location that happens to save time.
Yeah,
there's oh yeah, no, go ahead, man.
Yeah, the nice thing about ghost towns is it's funny because Stellar said you're pretty much battling the city this run, which is why ghost towns are so nice, because you don't have to worry about anyone getting your way, and then less lag and stuff.
Yeah. So, Trots, you want to explain this one? You know this one?
So this is like this. When was this found? A year ago?
This was found a long time ago, originally by Ouija for the gunless category.
Oh, okay.
But we only implemented it into any percent about just over a year ago or two.
But the only reason we implemented it is because of another skip. Like, it wasn't faster to do it previously, but then because of another skip, this is now optimal to do in this category as well.
Oh yeah.
Which all you're doing is just like deloading the guards, kind of, right? And you're getting closer to the exit.
We're deloading we're deloading the flying guys, which is the like important ones.
Yeah.
And then we go
because the guards are like on a timer. The guards that come out of the vehicles are on a timer. So we have to wait here for a specific amount of time. Then we go back, we kill the remaining guards because no more will spawn. And then we hover back out here to make sure that the jetpack guys don't spawn again. And the game will just assume, well, the timer's done and no jetpack guys can spawn, so mission must be complete.
Yep.
And nice. That's the scary hover back.
Yeah.
Very easy to mess up, which I almost done recently. And it's a scary one to mess up because it's immediately a minute and a half of time loss. And perfect. That's it.
I waited like an extra 2 seconds than I normally do, just because that skip's been like failing.
Right. Yeah, because one of the crucial things there is when you stand there for however long, and then you come back and you kill the guards on foot there. But sometimes not all the guards will be there yet. Some of them might be running up the ramp still. So if you kill all the ones you see and then leave, and there was one still coming up the ramp, you'll be screwed because he'll just then start zapping the guy you're supposed to be protecting. You'll be like on the other side of the wall. I don't even know what you do in that situation to save it. I don't even know if you can.
Here's
I don't know. I think there's a hover, but like I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, you don't want to have to do that.
Yeah, it's a
but
ghost
here
town.
is a ghost town, yeah.
For like 4 seconds. We die.
Yeah. We do this just to death warp to spawn by Brooder, and we actually have to do this because if we try to go to Brooder while in Ghost Town, we'll actually statue glitch ourselves, which basically makes us unable to like mission restart or do anything because Jak will just be like a statue.
Yeah, it's basically a soft lock. Might as well have crashed the game because it's no different. You'd have to just restart the console. So yeah. But now, interestingly enough, we are running away from our priorities and we're not actually doing the mission that we're in. We're heading to... where are we headed? What is it called?
We're heading to Vins to go to Strip Mine, where we're going to do eggs, and then after eggs, we'll actually go back and do Drill Platform. And if provided Aslov doesn't die through those 2 missions, we'll actually successfully keep lurkers stored as a mission, meaning the second we leave Vins, we can actually just warp all the way back to the other side of the map and do lurkers as normal.
Yeah. So just
without it, we'd have a minute and a half drive.
Yeah, we have to do the 3 missions. Like, we have to do them, but if you do them in this order, in this way, yeah, it saves an entire, like, all the movement he's just done, he'd have to do it in reverse on the way back. He's gonna have to do it on the way back, but because we've activated this mission, and then we're able to go and do these 2, they're sort of like side missions, because then they don't take place in the city, so you can actually technically do them while being on an active, like, city mission. And when he comes back to the city, it'll reactivate that city mission, and if he does the old restart warp, as he's been doing many times, it will take him back to the start of that mission, which is on the other side of the city, so saves a whole lot of driving all the way back. As Lord said, that only works if he doesn't die in either of these, any time since the start of the Lurkers mission that he stored. Because then it will just kill the mission.
Interesting look though, you can mission restart if you can catch your death on time, but if you sometimes mission restarting, Jak can still fall a little bit, meaning you can get unfortunate if you mistime it and you can still hit the death plane and the game will count you as dead regardless of the fact that you mission restarted. So you got to do it like really quickly.
But I also believe I'm right in saying that only works like in certain parts of the missions, right? I don't think you can do that at any point in these missions. At least I believe so.
You can do it right up until the point, I think, that you start the actual point of leaving this mission, because at which point you have a different checkpoint, which would actually update the whole game again, meaning that it'll disable lurkers and restart you at a different checkpoint.
So, long story short, don't die.
Yeah. This is actually probably one of my favorite missions in Jak 2.
Interesting take.
Yeah, it's kind of a hot take.
Computer room kind of
But the
just
movement
like
at the end
takes it down. The ending is cool
It's just
though.
It's a lot
Yeah, the ending
different
definitely
from anything else that you do in the speedrun, at least.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
You walk in this slow suit for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
But that's because there are 2 other missions where you should be using the mech suit in the run, but both of them we skip the mech suit sections completely. One of them being that one. I don't even know how to describe it. It's in Dead Town, which is where he failed that ghost town. Sorry to bring it up, but that mission that was like over in like no time. And then the other one will be coming up later. He will also skip the next section. This is why we don't like this mission, because of what is happening to Aslov right now.
Yeah, so the suit tries to target the metalheads even when they're on your back like that, so he'll just start turning different directions that he's not even actually facing with the stick.
I swear, holding square on your punches makes him hit with more accuracy, so I just wasn't holding square enough or something. I don't know.
I think that might be pussy, but no.
That win is horrible. That win is as horrible as I could have.
You were dangerously close to dying there, it has to be said, but you didn't. So all that matters.
Okay.
So yeah, now he's successfully gotten out of here, and he can mission restart, and will spawn all the way back over at Brooder, ready for lurkers now. So actually, big dubs here.
Yeah, that section's a little scary if you die.
Yeah,
it can be very scary on any time. It doesn't matter good or bad runs. It's always a nerve wrecker for sure.
Yeah,
because again, at that point, if he dies, and it's much faster to jetboard it, even if it is probably not as safe. If you mess up anything there, pretty much like a lot of the floor is just an open hole to death. So very easy to die there. And again, that in a speedrun setting, that would lose. I think it's about a minute.
Because it resets the timer entirely. It like brings you back to the beginning, doesn't it?
No. It doesn't lose like a whole lot of time in the mission itself, but it would not allow us to do the walk back to the start of this mission. It would like kill that completely.
So I reset warp and put me back at the beginning of this mission because we stored it before we got to destroy eggs. And if you die, if I died during that jetboarding section, we call it the drive of shame because it's like a minute of driving you have to do by dying.
Yeah. Anyway, all of that to say, we activated the mission in the city, then went and did 2 other missions before coming back to actually do this mission, just to save about a minute of driving. And he got it because he didn't die. So good stuff.
Once again, this run is very good so far.
This is another top 5 worst missions. It's because the lurkers sometimes just don't want to cooperate at all. And then there's RNG, but
yeah. So there's like 10 top 5 worst missions, to be honest.
No, but I actually mean this one.
Like that, yeah. Like that. Sometimes the lurker just gets sent flying for whatever reason.
I have seen him go out of bounds before as well on very unfortunate people's runs, which is just not ideal either. So it really has its odd moments of just really being the worst mission going.
Yeah. At least it's not all missions. Somehow lurkers 1 is worse.
Yeah.
And you can get a lurker in the water here, and that really screws you over.
Well, it can, but it also sometimes doesn't, because sometimes the lurkers can't swim, but sometimes they can walk on water for some reason. And it's basically just luck whether they decide to have that ability or not.
Yeah, I've not gotten those lurkers yet. Only the ones that can't swim.
You haven't? You haven't got Jesus Lurker before?
The Jesus Lurker, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, where's he going? I can't see him. I'm just gonna check. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's good. And that's also a good cycle as well, because there's a chance that you can actually cut and go right, which basically leads them back over the water path again, which is just 10 times more scary to try and get the Lurker. But if you get lucky, you can get it in the direction that Aslov just did there, which is far more time save as well, and just a lot less stress.
There's that wall as well, by the way.
Yep.
The wall that you can just drive through again. Hi, wall. Hi, wall.
I love that wall.
That's a bit far.
Okay.
Right, well, this is it the last racing mission?
This is class 1. This is the last race where you race against Errol, and there's a lap skip again here, but the lap skip here saves maybe significantly less and is definitely a lot more scarier. Probably starting out, but over time, it's really not the worst one. But it definitely does save the least out of probably all of the races in the games combined.
Yeah, I think it's 1 to 2 seconds per lap, as opposed to the other one we were debating if it was like somewhere between 6 and 10 seconds per lap. I think was class 2, so per lap the skip save. So this one is like it's a lot easier. At least in my opinion, I think that's the general consensus. But like, it also saves a whole lot less. So don't expect Aslov to fail it. But I just put that pressure on you though by mentioning that.
Thanks.
Yeah, good job.
Because you seem to play better under pressure. So.
Yeah, I put enough pressure on myself.
That's actually true.
I think maybe next time. If you ever do this again, we should ask you to balance a plate on your head while doing the run, just to see if you are in fact human and can make mistakes. Because I don't think I've actually noticed one yet.
I've gotten lucky.
Okay. I actually
the double boost.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, optimally every lap he grabs 2 boosts there. You only need 1 for the skip, but obviously boosts are boosts. I think that's something every gamer understands.
Yeah. Headstrong and Blord expect to get that like 90% of the time, and I'm just happy to get it like once. Races are like my weakest point, so I definitely, especially like with nerves, I definitely lose the most time to those. Oh, this is a fun mission. Which the hard part is not the mission, but like getting to the mission.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the only time you'll basically have the max level for guard alert level, where they just almost seem to just want to straight up drive into you and just make all out hell on you.
Yeah. So we mentioned earlier that it's quite like GTA in the sense that there's like a wanted level. I think internally there's actually 4 technically, but I think like the 4th one either it's not possible to trigger or something. I don't know.
I think it's like with giant dark jack only or something.
Possibly, yeah. But there's basically he triggered wanted level 2 like really early on in the run by accident by attacking one of the vehicles. But normally you're only ever going to be in wanted level 1 if you like accidentally hit a guard on foot. But specifically after you win that race, it's like part of the story. Afterwards, the city is put on you have a wanted level of 3, which is pretty much the max that you're going to see in a normal game, in the normal gameplay. Which makes them, as Blord said, they become suicidal. Literally, the guards on the Zoomers, they won't shoot you, or they will, but they won't do much of that. They'll just drive into you and try and blow you up. Which
is, as far as the speedrun, I think that's the only mission that happens. I don't know casually how many missions it actually triggers at max wanted level, but
and
I don't think
also
that
we
happens
just saw Palace. We just saw Palace just go there. You mightn't have seen the level. We didn't either, because we actually just skipped the entire level by hovering up the wall as Aslov did. And we actually pass by where the airlock is at the end of the level, and we make the game think that we have completed the level, basically.
Also just nailed this.
Yeah,
and yes, that's also insane.
Nice.
That's about a 10-second time save, which is an extremely precise hover. And you also have to get your camera angle a specific height as well. But if you nail that, that is a 10 to 12, I think, second time save.
I think we need to make it 2 plates in the future because I'm really not seeing any weakness in this guy at this point.
First try cruise skip is obviously just going to happen. Foreshadowing.
I think you might have jinxed it now. Yeah. But yeah, so we skipped Palace with a hover, pretty much start to the end, and Weapons Factory is practically the same. It's just 2 instead of 1 hovers. He had to hit a trigger there, like take a quick detour, but yeah, he then activates the last trigger and then dies, and yeah, I guess that puts him in the next mission. I don't actually know why that does that, but yeah.
You guys want to explain the history behind Cruise Skip?
Yeah, so Cruise Skip, it first happened years and years ago by accident, and it wasn't reproduced for a long time, and it's like been something that we've always wanted for this game, and it's now finally a reality. Not done the same way as it was done originally, but we're gonna try and get Cruise stuck, and if we get him stuck, the game will just kill him, like as soft lock prevention.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work.
Yeah. So this method involves Jak can't actually go. Well, if Jak goes into the elevator, he'll fall and die. But Crew can just like shoot. Oh, not. Oh wait, I thought you got it.
Oh,
that was very.
My health bar went away. I thought you got it. But yeah, so yeah, we're trying to get him stuck by shooting him out of bounds, and he'll land on a bit of solid terrain, and hopefully if he doesn't slide off it and he like gets stuck on it, then yeah, the game will just kill him to prevent you from getting soft locked, and that will just end the fight. But it is, it's probably in terms of, I would have said in terms of like, you know, the big tricks, it's the hardest one in the run.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It gives you a perspective of how much he skipped too, because any casual player who's played this game knows that this mission is like pretty much at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I also forgot how to do the Peacemaker stack.
That's
right.
I was thinking about that too. I meant to practice that before.
So before Cruise Skip, there was the Peacemaker strat, which was what he was trying to go there, the Peacemaker stack, sorry, where we actually do a combination of inputs with swapping weapons and changing back to the Peacemaker. And we can actually get the game to do the burst fire round that would happen with the yellow gun, but store it for the Peacemaker, allowing us to charge up 5 Peacemaker shots into 1. Which would have, in that case, obliterated not just Crew's health bar for the second phase, but also for the entire last phase, which would have skipped the last phase as well.
Yeah, so while Crew Skips, like the full Crew Skip, still wasn't a reality, except, you know, it happened to somebody once by accident, we did manage to get that, what Lord just talked about, which skips like 2/3 or 1/3 of the mission. But not the whole thing. But yeah, still, the run's still gas.
Yeah.
You are human though. I'm glad to hear you are human.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the plates. He doesn't need the plates.
Well, we'll drop it down to 1 plate. I still think he needs 1 plate. He's a 1 plate gamer.
We'll drop it down to a plate and a fork. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just freaked out. Like, on the Crew Skip, I didn't think he was going the correct direction, and he really was, so I had to like shoot him a couple times, and then at that point I was kind of just flustered.
There's a ton of nuance to that skip. Like, we're trying to get him out of bounds and stuck, but it's quite precise, and there's also a ton of like nuance to manipulating Crew. He doesn't just behave in the way you want him to, unless you do like the right specifically the right moves. My words, but we're all good.
Yeah, and for like the Peacemaker stack, I could have went through the inputs in my head to like remember, but I don't know. I was kind of flustered, and so I was just like, I'll just let muscle memory take over and see if it works, and it didn't work.
Same thing happens to me every time I get back to crew. I always, and like I'm gonna do the peacemaker stack, I always think like, I don't actually remember how to do this, and I just sort of make it up, and most of the time that does work, but sometimes it just won't. Like the muscle memory just fails you. It's so weird. It's like a not very intuitive set of inputs, I feel like.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. He's also got to do it for final boss. Doesn't have to, but
we will be unimpressed if he doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If he has the ammo for it at least.
Yeah, we'll drop it down to a plate if he
does
get that.
Drop you down from one plate to one plate.
Yeah.
No, it was a plate and a fork, actually.
Yeah, you had a fork on there as well. And
I must have missed that.
Yeah. The fork would have been like balanced on the edge, so like a slight movement, it would have fallen off, you know? But yeah. Anyway, what are we talking about? That was Metalhead Mash, basically just a mini game, auto-scroller. Has a high chance of crashing the game. It didn't. That's about the only thing to mention.
Yeah. Now we got Underport.
Which is under the port.
Just under the port. Who would have thought?
Who would have thunk?
So, activating the elevator there, and then like moving away from it, it just deloads that so you can drop down to the bottom. So it thinks that's where you're going.
So yeah, we basically, you stand next to the door, which loads underport, like it's getting ready for you to go down the elevator. And then after loading underport, you then quickly go away from the door again, in a specific way that deloads the port for whatever reason. I think the game thinks that you've like gone down into underport, even though you're still outside of the elevator, and that allows you to, with the right movement, drop down into underport in sort of a half-loaded state. And then Aslov sets up a hover, and at the start of the hover, he'll hit the trigger to fully load in the level as he clips through a wall, and then he'll hover to basically the halfway point of the mission because he's out of bounds at that point. So it's quite a tricky skip, but that first half he missed was that mech section that I was talking about earlier. So casually, that would be, I think, the third time you use the mech, but luckily we skip it. It's like a whole underwater section with mechs. I didn't make it past that mission as a kid. I was scared of the fish.
My Jak 2 game as a kid crashed during the Daxter, what is it, Daxter chase?
Yeah.
The spider. Which I'm actually curious now. I wonder if I did the, whatever it's called, the like Daxter chase skip, I wonder if that would have worked on that disc.
Oh, I thought you were saying you wonder if you did it as a kid.
No. I wonder if I did it on that disc, if it would have worked.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know.
But yeah, that was Underport. That went pretty well. It's somewhat of an auto scroller after like the big skip at the start, because it turns from a mech like mission to an escort mission. So it's like you solve puzzles, then you do an auto scroller, then you solve another puzzle, then you do more auto scroller. So there's not too much to it.
It's very repetitive in the end. Like for once you kind of get into the habit of it, it really doesn't change much when you're in it.
Yep.
But nicely done. He's performed the jump, which is definitely probably one of the more trickier parts here up to skip that Azov's about to perform, which is called Shaft Skip. This is about a 14-second time save where we load in the palace section while we're still in the city. This is going to load the elevator further on the other side that would actually connect to the elevator during the actual Praxis 1 mission, where you walk a massive like scale thing across over to the palace. He's going to hover all the way over here, hopefully get high enough to the point that as he falls by the elevator, it'll make him think that he's gone through the elevator as normal, and pop.
Yeah,
nice.
Nicely done.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that was absolutely textbook. Yeah.
I was on 1 health, so I had to like make sure I was always side flipping.
Yeah. The city is actually even more dangerous right now. The guards don't care about you because the city's under attack, but the metalheads do, and some of them are invisible. like you can barely see them if you're looking properly, but they have like cloaking or whatever. So, and they also shoot, I think, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
The invisible
And they
ones
are
shoot.
snipers.
Yeah.
They shoot, but it's not a very far distance that they shoot.
Yeah, but they can hit you if they feel like it on occasion. But mostly it's just like you can accidentally run into an invisible enemy while you're not. We never talked about it, but if you're on the jet board and you hit something, you will take damage and get knocked off of it, unless you are doing a side flip. In which case, it will the jet board will attack whatever it is that's attacking you. But if you're not doing a side flip or a trick of some kind, you will take damage and get knocked off the board. I think unless it's a civilian, I don't think they damage you, but yeah, so it's very easy to take damage, specifically in that movement and the movement after this mission as well. As we traverse back across the city with these metalheads, which, in case it wasn't obvious, they are some of the villains of this game. Creepy scorpion looking things.
So he's been on 1 health this whole time, but he's doing good.
If I known I was on 1 health, I would have taken a death warp after underport, but
we're here.
We ball.
We're here.
Yeah.
We have successfully defended stadium.
Oh, invisible metalhead. I'll take that.
Oh.
I'll take that.
See, so in that situation again, like if he wasn't side flipping, he would have just died because he hit it on the jet board. Sometimes even if you are doing like a trick, you won't take damage, but you'll still get knocked around. Well, nice. It's just smashed into another one on the zoom there as well.
Yeah, you could see him, but like normally it'll be right before you hit him.
Yeah, you can see them shooting at him as well. He's not in danger because you don't take damage on when you're in a vehicle unless the vehicle blows up. Although the vehicle itself will slowly, take damage. But there's not much danger in that happening. You can actually, so he's driving the whole way here. It's quite a long drive. It's like one of the longest drives in the run. You can actually do it with similar to an earlier part of the run where you die over and over again, like after getting different checkpoints to like travel around the city quickly. You can do pretty much the entire thing on the jet board, and just keep dying after hitting checkpoints over and over again. But it really sucks to do because when the city's under attack, it's even laggier than normal. There's more enemies everywhere. Again, some of them are invisible. It just sucks. So Aslov sort of did half of it. Anything in this whole area.
Yeah, that's such a messy section.
Yeah, you did quite well though, to be honest. So
this is the skip that they patched out, like we were talking about earlier from the October build. You used to be able to just hover in here and skip like the entire game.
Yeah, like that mission would have been, it's not even a mission. It was supposed to be a mission, but it ended up just being like, you go there, you watch a cutscene, and you leave. But that, you could have gotten in there in the build before the release one, and it would have updated your mission to that one. So you would have skipped to this point in the game, and you can get there from the very start. But they patched that out, so now if you go there won't be a cutscene or anything. And it doesn't work, unfortunately. But we are literally on the last mission, so if that worked, you can see how short the game would be. You would skip literally to the second to last mission of the game, instantly. Instead, we get this beautiful and yet somehow terrible speedrun instead. I don't mean, your speedrun, Aslov. I would never say that.
You're talking about the game.
Yeah, I'm talking about the game. But this is the final boss, by the way.
Yeah, final boss, so he's gonna try to do the Peacemaker stack again right here. And he got it, nice.
I always do the double shot there.
Yeah. I mean, so he did a different one there, which is you don't stack like 5. You can do an easier, quicker one that only stacks 2, and he did it twice. Get 4 ammo. Doesn't do extra damage or anything, but it just shoots them both at the same time.
Yeah, which in a way it does do extra damage.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He's just gonna blast him up here just a few more times. And then once he
And
falls down to
time.
the ground, it's time.
Nice. GG.
Hooray!
GG's.
I mean, what a belter once again. My God.
No crashes there.
Absolute legend.
That's what
I
matters.
didn't jinx you enough. God damn it.
Yeah, you gotta try harder.
Ah, well, okay. We have one more game left for that.
What was the time on that?
Timer's at 1:22:12.
Okay, so minus 25 minutes.
Yeah.
57.
Yeah, pretty good.
Which is
I'll take
Considering
that.
you
absolutely amazing.
did the whole crew fight.
Yeah, could have been probably like a 55 if I didn't do that, but I mean, I'll take 57.
That was literally Blord's estimate, like right on the dot.
Yeah.
Yeah, great job, man.
Thank you.
He is killing it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All right.
Very nice.
I think we're all good then to move on to the next game.
Yep.
Yeah, we are.
So we are going to take a quick break here, everybody, and we'll be back with the third Jak game in the Jak Trifecta. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're showcasing a bunch of Jak games. We're in the middle of the Jak Trifecta run. We've got a Jak 3 run coming up. I'll hand it over to Runner Commentary, let everybody introduce themselves or reintroduce themselves.
It's me back for the final time. Got a pretty solid Jak 2 run after a really solid Jak 1 run, and I'm just trying to close strong. And then we got one more new commentator.
Yeah.
That's you.
Yep, I'm usual. I played Jak X co-op with Aslov, and
Yep.
I dabbled in Jak 3 a little bit.
All right. Undersell yourself a little bit. Why don't you?
Usual has just been dominating Jak 3 lately, and it's absolutely nasty.
Yeah. So he knows his stuff, even if he wants to pretend he doesn't.
Yeah, my secret was to invite all the people who stole my 80% records into the call.
Oh, I see how it is.
Yeah.
The truth revealed. All right. Oh, yeah, and Stella and Trots. We're still here.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah. All right, I'll be ready to count down soon. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, start.
Woo.
I'm immediately disappointed you didn't go for Roxy.
Okay.
He's not playing around.
No, training course is like really straightforward. I mean, it's kind of like the other two intro missions. You just grab these little tokens, you get to the end, easy peasy. There's some strats that you can do, but they're really inconsistent. They're not marathon friendly in the slightest. So I'm not surprised at all just to see a regular training course.
We're not surprised, but we are disappointed.
True.
It doesn't lose like an insane amount either.
No. There's also a nice little skip you can do here. You're supposed to ride the elevator, but you can just grab this.
Elevators are for chumps. Do we use an elevator in this run?
Yes. He'll use one in just like a minute, actually.
Oh yeah. I retract my previous statement.
This fight's really straightforward. You just shoot, punch, shoot, punch, shoot, punch. There's like a cycle that you can make. Getting down to the 5th kill, or like to the 5th, the last Marauder, however you want to word that, is as fast as you can do it, as far as I'm aware. It's really clean.
Yeah, I think it is impossible to because as soon as, in case you didn't notice that, as soon as he killed the Marauder to bring the counter down to 5, it transformed him into Dark Jak, which did we even see that in Jak 2? I don't remember. Did we?
The very start and the very end, you're like forced into it.
Oh yeah, but like he doesn't really get. Oh, I guess you do utilize it at the start because you kind of have to, but yeah. You get forced into it, so you can't attack while like that animation's happening. It's pretty much impossible to get any lower than 5 on the first cycle of that arena fight.
Just to preface, Aslov is doing a literally frame perfect trick on the lava. It's like pretty. No, never mind. He got it. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
Take it.
He just needed you to say how hard it is before he decided to get it.
Just got a preface. Yeah, so there's supposed to be a cutscene right here, and we're supposed to start the third mission. There's a weird thing about the glitch that Aslov just got. So right now, he's like invincible, and he can't do like 10,000 different things. He can't grab ledges, he can't watch cutscenes, he can't like pick up ammo, he can't use guns, can't use cars, and a couple other things that'll come up here in a minute, but I don't want to spoil the surprise because I think it's a lot of fun. The biggest key is like, you can see he's like punching and roll jumping. He's going to be doing that through the desert here in a second. If Aslov accidentally roll bonks into anything, that's like when you start your roll and you accidentally like run into a wall and Jak like stands straight up and looks a little like dazed and confused, the glitch is over and I don't know what he's going to do after that, so we're just going to hope that doesn't happen.
We'll panic if that happens. Otherwise, we'll just assume that's not going to happen.
No, it's like once he's at this point, it's...
don't jinx it. Just don't say it.
Yeah. I'm distracting myself from what could go wrong.
Yeah, right here, he's, so we're already massively diverging from what you're supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be doing a mission. There's supposed to be that cutscene, as usual mentioned, and then a mission where you go around cleaning up the city or something like that. Instead, we're just going to go into the desert, and he's invincible, so these marauders won't do anything to him unless he bonks on one of them. Because again, as usual said, that will end this sort of invulnerability glitch that he has going right now. And we're just gonna make our way all the way through the desert to the temple, the monk temple, that you're not supposed to get to for a while. So it's an interesting start to a speedrun.
Another thing too, you probably have noticed that like he's intentionally turning the camera to the side. You can kind of force the marauders to despawn if you aren't looking at them, and if he's probably looking at the mini-map quite a bit. Down at the bottom you see the little blue arrow. That tells you where Jak's like direction is pointing or whatever. So long as you're not moving directly toward a marauder and the camera isn't looking at them, most of the time they'll despawn. There's some really rare exceptions to that, but for the most part it's pretty handy. He had a little buddy that was going with him the whole time, but sometimes having marauders that follow you can actually prevent other marauders from spawning. It's really weird. I don't exactly know how it works, but I've noticed it a lot.
Yeah, because the way the game works is, to start with, there is a cap on how many marauders can be spawned in. I think it's 3, and as you progress through the game, that cap increases to try and make the desert harder to, survive in, to navigate. So by having one follow you like that, only 2 can spawn in front of you. If the cap is 3, I don't remember exactly, but yeah, only 2 can spawn in front of you, which makes things a little bit easier. If he wasn't invulnerable, having one behind him would probably be bad because it would just follow him and shoot him continuously, and he wouldn't be able to despawn it. But because he's invincible, he's fine. And we're still going. It's still just desert.
The first part of the desert's probably the more interesting part, at least visually, because you're having to deal with the marauders and you have to think about like the lines that you're taking and things like that. Because it'd be kind of tricky because you have the camera moved sideways. You're still trying to like do this fast. All the while you're wanting the marauders to not run you over because it loses you time even if it doesn't damage you. But once you get kind of to that ruined area that we were at just a few seconds ago, the marauders stop spawning. And coming up is what I was going to talk about. One of the things that Jak can't do is swim with this glitch. And there's supposed to be a big sea tentacle that just grabs you whenever you're just out in the middle of the ocean like this, and that just doesn't happen. Normally...
What's more terrifying, the squid or the lurker shark?
Aslov, you go ahead first.
The squid is just, it comes out of nowhere. You have no warning. But I don't know, the shark, the warning on the shark is the scary part.
Yeah, so Naughty Dog, like, they added in these, in each game, to stop you going out of bounds, they have, in the water specifically, they have these mechanics, instead of just putting invisible walls, like in the water, like in the ocean, they just put these things that'll kill you, and for some reason they just made them really scary in all 3 games. I mean, maybe you don't think so in Jak 2, but personally, I was scared like hell in Jak 2 as well. Even though it's just a robot that turns up and shoots you, it still scared me. Not as much as the other 2 games, but it still did. And I actually never encountered the Kraken. I was too scared to go in the ocean, thanks to Jak 1. to ever even encounter the Kraken like in Jak 3. So for me, Jak 1 will always be the scariest of the three.
Quick interjection.
Aslov had to take a bonk there so that he can actually do this boosted. Oh, nice. Very
If I miss that boosted, I like lose 8 minutes or something. 6 minutes. Yeah.
And the glitch is completely gone now. Everything's back to normal. Jak is just fine.
Yeah, so he intentionally bonked to get rid of it because on that boosted, as usual mentioned, you can't ledge grab while you're invulnerable for some reason. So you saw Aslov did ledge grab there. If he hadn't gotten rid of the invulnerability glitch, he would have just fallen and died. And yes, you can die while you're invulnerable, as much as that doesn't make any sense. If you fall into like a death plane or something, where it's supposed to be an insta-kill, it will still... Actually, I don't know if it does kill you, it might just soft-lock you. But...
What's going on now is Aslov is doing a lot of like out-of-bounds movement through this temple. There are like 4 temple missions in the game. The first 3 are like in the first third of the game, and the 4th and final temple mission is at the very start of the like final third of the game, like 80% of the way through. What Aslov is doing is a big, long section called Temple Skip, and we're effectively trying to trick the game into putting us from the first temple mission into the 4th and final temple mission so that we can unlock a carrier to Haven City. So he's like avoiding certain mission triggers that would otherwise percent warp him into the 2nd or 3rd mission, or further into the 1st mission, I guess. He has to take an intentional death there in order to get like further parts of the temple to load. So it's really interesting because there's like certain triggers you have to hit to get the temple to load, but other ones you have to very intentionally avoid so you don't ruin the full glitch. Like here, there's a big cutscene trigger that he has to like jump over, and hitting it puts you at the end of the 2nd mission, but he got it like easy peasy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the red gun can make you like jump more and higher and stuff. I guess we didn't mention that at all.
we like to call this the onion gun. Onion ring gun.
Yeah. Oh. Careful.
But yeah. But I was gonna mention you mentioned it's that was temple skip. It's now I just thought about it. The 3 main skips of this like trilogy run, Lava Tube skip, Mars Tomb skip, and Temple skip, all of them don't skip the thing that it says that you skip. You always skip like into or through the thing. So like we're terrible at naming things. But anyway, that was Temple skip.
That's
when you didn't skip
too.
Temple. Yep.
Oh, I was supposed to grab car. I've been watching too much usual hero mode.
I was also going to ask, did you intentionally not get skull gems?
Are you intentionally losing time, Aslov, or?
Oh, where am I supposed to get skull gems?
I think you're going to...
I forgot that was the thing.
I think you have to kill metalheads. Yeah. Oh, this glitch is sick. It speaks for itself. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice. Oh my gosh, that was clean.
As if you just got one that clean in this run. That's ridiculous.
I practiced that trick enough. Also, yeah.
Would you say it? Go ahead.
I don't know if you can tell, but I've not done runs of these. I just practiced like the hard missions. That's why I forgot about the skull gems.
Yeah, so he actually needs the currency in Jak 2 and Jak 3. There's 2 currencies. There's skull gems, which all of the metalhead enemies, if you kill them, they sometimes drop a skull gem, which is like this like shiny oval-shaped yellow thingy. I mean, it's a skull gem. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a gem that comes from their skull. Anyway. You use those in this game to access side missions, which normally we wouldn't care about, but there's a skip coming up that he actually needs to activate a side mission for, and so he needed to grab 4 skull gems to be able to buy that side mission, which he hasn't done, but he can just grab some off some enemies here.
Yeah.
You can find like stashes of them like in pots and stuff, which would have been faster to do. But yeah, as I said, you get them from enemies as well, so you can just farm.
This is kind of like the OG way of doing it. At least when the skip was found.
Maybe very originally, but I think people very quickly decided that
It was, yeah.
Just going slightly out of your way to find a pot that has like 4 in is way better.
I mean, yeah, I remember doing it like this and getting the gems, at least for hero mode, from the metalheads.
So there's an active mission trigger that's always here, and as soon as he walks in and hits that mission trigger, this goes into like the last 5 missions of the game. The game considers like the last 2 levels the same mission, but either way. So right now his side mission is like paused. It's still active. Stellar, I think you had actually done a lot of research on this not too terribly long ago, right? Maybe you would like to explain it actually?
Well, it's a little bit, I'm not going to explain it exactly how it works because it's just a bit too complicated. But generally, yes, the side mission is still active and it's actually preventing the mission that's supposed to be going on right now. It's preventing that from really like activating. So he's basically just playing in an empty level right now without the mission active. So because of that, there's no enemies. As there normally would be. There are these doors you're supposed to blast open. They are also gone. Again, because the side mission's sort of just blocking the actual mission from activating. And it's going to do the same thing in the next mission as well. And it's going to have an added benefit, which is pretty much the entire reason we're doing this, because it doesn't really save much time on that mission. But on this mission, we're not in the car like we're supposed to be. You're supposed to be driving a car right now, and it's exactly the same reason, really. The mission is not active. You're just going through an empty level, basically. And because you have the jet board, it's just a lot faster than doing it with the car.
Yeah, and if you die at all, you're totally screwed.
Well, at the wrong points, yeah. He is going to take an intentional death or restart warp in just a second here.
Right.
Because you actually do have to take 1 death, exactly 1 you need to take. But if you take 2 in this level, yeah, you're screwed. And this death, what this is doing is this will now clear that side mission. So now the actual mission will load, there'll be enemies, and you think, oh, he's going to be in the car. No, he's still on foot. And the reason for that is he grabbed an on-foot checkpoint. For whatever reason, the devs decided to put on-foot checkpoints in a level that you're supposed to drive through in a car. Maybe in the early stages of the game, you didn't drive a car in this mission, who knows? But as long as you don't respawn at the very starting checkpoint, which is the car one, the game will never put you in the car. So he got to a later checkpoint in the level, died to clear the side mission. He's still on the jet board, and that was close.
That was a good save.
He needed to clear the side mission because otherwise this cutscene wouldn't activate and he wouldn't be able to finish the mission. So that's why he needed to do 1 death, exactly 1.
And in the last mission too, there's a storm that's scripted to happen, and anytime lightning strikes or thunder rolls, the game lags horrendously, so it'll just like rip your hovers away from you. Like you'll be in the middle of doing a hover and then all of a sudden it'll just quit if lightning strikes. Not every single time, but it's pretty likely to happen. And you saw it happen on that very last hover as he was trying to go over the final barrier. He made it like 70% of the way and then the game lagged and just said no. That can cause a lot of time loss in runs if it happens.
Yeah. It's in Jak 2 and 3, I'd say especially in Jak 3, for the most part, like you are fighting lag a fair bit. I think we briefly mentioned, but there is now a fan-made PC port. It's unofficial, but there are PC ports of Jak 1 and 2 and Jak. Oh my god, what is this?
Oh my god, that was really good.
That was going sideways.
I was gonna explain that for half a sec.
Yeah, where he was trying to go upside down, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody do it sideways. That's ridiculous.
Looks like he's still got the speed boost. The car for some reason goes faster when it's upside down or on its side.
Yeah, brief explanation.
I'll get back to open goal in a minute. Somebody wants to explain what's going on right now.
So he just went out of bounds and hovered like through the whole level, hit a trigger to load the next part of the level, and he has to land here when the floor loads. There we go. And he's just going to hover straight to the end. It's kind of just like you grab a checkpoint to load the necessary next part, and then you grab the last checkpoint to load in the very last part. It's just 2 quick and dirty hovers.
Nice.
Or
he was very left there on that hover, but using a trick called free fall, which is just mashing X when you're trying to end a hover, it allows you to regain like directional control as you fall back down. And he used that. It's very common tech, but he used it there to swerve back to the right and hit the cutscene trigger there.
Yeah,
nicely
pretty
done.
much you just mash X as fast as you can. They're coming out of
And
the
believe it
harbor.
or not, that tech was not found for years and years.
Yeah.
Even though it is as simple as that.
Wotan found that.
Shout out Wotan.
Yeah, shout out Wotan for mashing buttons all the time. 'Cause,
Honestly,
everyone
one of my favorite bits of tech that he found by just mashing buttons.
yeah.
Yeah.
This fight is always on the same cycle. I'm sorry, I love you. Want to say something?
Nope, you go.
Okay. This fight is always on the same cycle. So he's always aiming for the same targets, and there are pretty safe backups, even if he doesn't make the harder parts of the cycle, which he's already got the hardest targets, so he's good. This was just, you just run around, you shoot the tanks, and you go into the actual final boss fight, which is starting now.
Yep. That was clean.
Yeah, that was fast.
That was fast cycle, yeah. In hero mode, because you have infinite car boosts in hero mode, you can do faster cycles. We call it hero cycle, and somewhat recently we have superhero cycle. I know, great names. But in any percent, although I think technically it is possible to get hero cycle, you just don't do it. It's very inconsistent and very hard. So.
Uh-oh.
Got a bit of buffering here, or?
I know. Yeah, what just happened?
Oh no, did we lose him at the very end?
Did you?
Oh yeah, we can still hear you.
Yeah, well,
We can hear you, but the gameplay's frozen.
Oh, what?
I wonder.
It looks like it's just frozen on what we're seeing. It looks like the live stream is still fine.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, it's just... There we go. We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Well, yeah. Okay, we're back. It's fine. You didn't even really miss anything interesting because, believe it or not, the boss fight is actually quite long and quite uninteresting. There's some small nuances here and there. If anyone wants to point them out.
I mean, for the most part, the final boss, it looks like it's basically an auto-scroller, but you kind of have to have an in-depth knowledge of which enemies you need to kill quickly and which ones don't really matter. I mean, you could get into the nitty-gritty of it, and you could probably write like a small book. HS Blue actually has that really good final boss sheet that details like all the spawns and like which ones to expect when and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out HS Blue.
Yep.
I believe earlier, Stelly, you were talking about getting into open goal a little bit. That would be a really good time.
So open goal, as I said, it's fan made. It's I say fans, I mean they're fans of the games, but they're actually at least two of the three that started the project are speedrunners. So it's very closely tied to our speedrunning community. It's a fan made PC port of the first game, the second game, and the third game. This game is in the works right now. It's in a playable state. It's just not finished yet. And so yeah, you can play these games natively on PC. It's not emulation. I know you probably think that if I say PC port, but it's way better than an emulator. It's so sick. And you can go and play it now. You just need to provide your own copy of the game, and what they provide builds the game from your copy of the game, and it's so sick. The future of Jak speedrunning will probably be on the open goal PC ports. Could have even done an open goal trifecta if we did this maybe like slightly later in the future when Jak 3 was done. But yeah, that's really cool.
Which actually would have cut the time down by a lot.
Yeah, quite significantly. Because on PC everything runs so much better. In Jak 1, the PC port has cutscene skips, which they never had in the originals. And it allows for mods and such. There's multiplayer in Jak 1. I'm sure there'll be multiplayer in Jak 2 and 3 eventually. There's all kinds of things, like an Easter egg hunt mod, custom levels. It's insane. So if somehow you're a fan of Jak and you're unaware, check out opengoal.dev. That's the site.
Yeah.
You can read more about it.
Yeah, literally just Google open goal.
We're coming up on time.
Yep.
You got laser skip, right? I think.
Yep, I did.
Yep.
Yeah, nice. Easy. Nice 7-second time save.
And time.
GG's, very well done, man.
GG's.
Thank you.
That was, I mean, I won't bother you up too much. It wasn't flawless, you know. There could be improvements here and there, but I mean, what a series of runs that was. Well,
yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
That was good. That was really good.
That was what do we have a final time for that Jak 3? Or the whole run, I guess.
1:44:01 is the whole run. It was 1:22, I think. So just under 22 minutes. 21:46.
Okay, so to put this into perspective, I am second place on the Jak and Daxter Trifecta any % boards, and I have a 1 hour 45 minute time. So he just beat my personal best in a marathon run.
And he did no FCS and
he did a slower category for the first game. Yeah, slower category by about 7 minutes. So utterly insane run that was.
Yeah,
that was a very good run.
Jak 2 and 3 have gotten pretty optimized. It helps that I've played all of them at the top level, at least in any %. But I don't know. It's just so scary because like Jak 1 has LTS and Jak 2. It's like hard locks in Jak 3. It's like if you miss that boosted, you lose 6 minutes. I don't know. I made safety saves for those cases. So like obviously if I crash, it invalidates the run. But like I would have probably invalidated a run if I made like a 10-minute mistake just to save the stream from like another. It'd be like repeating like 10 minutes of the run too. So I just really didn't want that to happen.
But I mean, you didn't have to use any safety saves, right? I don't think.
Nope.
Yeah, didn't have to do any of that.
That makes me feel a lot better. That's all I wanted, honestly.
I think we have something left to do here in the credits though before we.
We had something left in the credits here that looks absolutely atrocious.
What is that, like 100 Samoses right there?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's like we're seeing every frame of his animation at the same time. So yeah, in the credits, if you mash back and forth, left and right like switches which character is like being displayed in the credits. If you mash back and forth really fast, they like start to overlap like this, and like different parts of them aren't loaded, and it starts to really lag the credits. I'm really surprised it hasn't crashed yet.
I stopped it and I wanted to turn for a better angle, and then I couldn't start it again. Oops.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you didn't crash the... Oh my... You didn't crash the credits.
You can't crash Sigmos.
Oh, Sigmos. That's Sig and Samos combined there. But yeah, it's usually tradition at the end of a Jak 3 run to crash the game in the credits. So basically, this run's terrible because you didn't do that.
It's a trifecta run, not a Jak 3 run.
Well, yeah, okay. Details.
I gotta say, GG's, that was absolutely insane. That was a really good trifecta run.
Yep. Really good. Well done.
Really good. Aslov is probably... I don't know, man.
He's up there as the conversation for the GOAT.
He's got to be. He's probably the best player right now. Still.
He's absolutely the best player right now across the series. So you've had a real treat watching him just absolutely kill it. I mean, nothing else, to be honest.
Thanks for coming to join me, because I would not have been able to commentate this myself.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of having Blord, also the world record holder for Jak 2 any %, and we got Usual, who is the world record holder for like almost the entire main board, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
For Jak 3.
Yeah,
and then, me and Stellar just washed.
Yeah, we're old runners. We see irrelevant.
Stellar holds Jak 1 any. Yeah, Stellar just holds Jak 1 any %.
Stellar just holds like the hardest category in all 3 games.
Run, so who cares, right?
I would have featured it if I was.
Who cares?
It was honestly a skill issue for not featuring it, so that's on me.
Yep.
Absolute legend. Let's go.
Yeah, shout outs to the Jak community. Shout out the Open Goal devs again. you want to play this game or one of the other two trilogy games on the PC, go and do it. It's trust me, it's worth it.
Yeah, it is. It is. Stellar spin.
Yep. All right.
Oh.
We are just about done, yeah.
Thank you all so much for being on, for showcasing the trilogy here, talking about it. A phenomenal run. Absolutely. You nailed that. That was great. So appreciate you showcasing the runs. We do have one more game left for you. We got Daxter coming up, so we're going to take a quick break. Just before we go to the break, though, a quick reminder. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Gone Quick Hotfix. If you enjoy watching any of these specials, where we showcase a bunch of games from a series, our anniversary special from yesterday, or any of our regular stuff like Speedruns from the Crypt or Passion Project, really does help us put on this kind of stuff. So if you could consider subscribing to the channel, you can also get access to our emotes and all that other stuff. You can use our subscriber chat when we're doing our replays. It is very helpful for putting on this kind of stuff. With that said, we're going to take a quick break. We're back with Daxter All Missions. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showcasing a bunch of Jak games. We are going to be finishing off our showcase with Daxter. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders. Games Done Quick Express is returning to TwitchCon from September 20th through 22nd. You can use !GDQX in Twitch chat for more information, and you can check out the schedule there. You can let us know what you're looking forward to. Also, registration for Awesome Games Done Quick 2025 is now open. The hotel registration will open on September 14th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information. With that said, I will hand it over to our runner in commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
I'm Majora. I've been running this game for about 2 years now. It's a fun game. It's definitely different from the rest. I have my commentator Albie here with me if you'd like to introduce yourself. Say some things.
Yes, hello, I'm Albie. I've been running this game on and off for the past, I think, four years now. I think it was 2020 I did my first run anyway. Yeah, I've been dabbling with a few of the categories. Not 101% yet, but other than that, I've been doing a bunch of Daxter.
And we're going to be doing Daxter All Missions today. So, time will begin as soon as I hit circle here. So, 3, 2, 1, and time.
And starting off right away, you're going to see that the Majora's jumping and holding the camera sideways. That's the fastest movement. I can explain it a bit later. But the first thing he's going to get started for real, that's really big here, is a clip on this box, where if he ledge grabs close enough to the wall, he can clip out of bounds, just like that. And he can do some movement out of bounds here in order to make it into the Breezy Valley early. This is the third mission of this game. Even though this category is called All Missions, it's not called All Missions Story Order or anything like that. We are allowed to do them out of order, and that does turn out to be optimal. So there is a little bit, in theory, for the routing where you might have to make sure that some missions are done before others to make sure you don't make it impossible to do some missions, but I don't think there's a reason where we would have to worry about that, at least not yet. But for now, at least, we do a bunch of missions out of order and it works out fine. And he's just using the bug spray on these flowers. We actually don't have the bug spray yet. We're gonna have to pick it up later. When we are out of this mission, you're gonna notice that Daxter does not have the tube for the bug spray. This is not Jak 2 or 3, where if you do a skip, you get a percentage warp and you get all the stuff that you would have when you did the previous levels. So Even though we don't have the bug spray yet, luckily this level just lets you use the bug spray for some reason, but it doesn't show the meter. There's supposed to be a meter that shows how much eco you have on the side, but because we don't have the bug spray yet, it doesn't show the meter. So you just either have to make sure you're conservative enough with the eco, or just know like roughly how much eco you have. You can still refill the meter as well, which is really nice, even though it's not there. And Majora is trying to cut off this Hive Queen as quickly as he can. He missed the first hit, but it's pretty easy to back up here. It can be kind of difficult to manip the Queen for the first hit. But luckily, there's a good amount of alternatives there. Yeah, that's the first level in all the speedruns, but the third level technically, Breezy Valley. And it's just faster to save load to get out of there, so that's what he's going to do instead of driving all the way back.
Want to catch a few Z's.
Because when you save and then load, you always end up back at the portal. So that's really nice. And would you look at that? 90s movie reference. Let's go! So yeah, this is a dream level. If you're not familiar with Daxter, there's a couple of dream levels that you unlock by paying precursor orbs. Luckily, the requirement of precursor orbs for this one is very, very easy to hit. It's a single orb, that's all you need. So even though this would be the fourth level, it's very, very trivial to get enough orbs to get here. I don't think I've ever accidentally been 0 orbs going into here. It's just so easy to accidentally pick up an orb in Breezy Valley that it's just never an issue. Yeah, it is technically possible actually to get to this mission with 0 orbs, even if we currently don't know how to do the rest of the game 0 orbs. Or even get past this mission, so 0 orbs would not be possible. But yeah, each of these dream levels are a reference to a different popular movie, like Indiana Jones, Lord of the Rings, and a bunch of really popular ones from this era.
I think there's a Braveheart one as well.
There is, yeah. And the orb requirements for those can get pretty high, but the only required one is the first one, the Matrix one. So that's an auto-scroller with a little bit of RNG we do at the start of pretty much every run. I think at least every run starts with Breezy Valley and Matrix. There was a bit where all missions didn't do the skip, where it started with the first level, Hotel, which Majora is going to go to now. So doing Breezy Valley early unlocked the scooter, and it also unlocked the 5th level here, the brewery. Ignore this level for now. The level is not the important part with why he entered there. The reason why that's important to go there is because of the cutscene. Because the way that this game gives you the abilities that you use, it's not like it's just lying there in the overworld. It's specific cutscenes that are the cutscenes where you get those upgrades. You don't see him having an upgrade yet because you need the bug spray first. The bug spray is in a fixed location. The rest are upgrades to the bug spray, which you unlock sequentially. So the first one that he got is always the hover upgrade. The second one will always be the flamethrower, and the third one will always be the blaster, regardless of which order you got those cutscenes in. It's just the bug spray that is in a fixed location, so you always have to get that one specific cutscene for that one. But it does still work out because we want to delay the brewery mission for later. It does work out to be faster to just grab the cutscene at the start of the mission and then just leave early on, because all the other missions that we will do before we do brewery, we still need to be able to hover. Hovering is such a core part of the movement in Daxter that it wouldn't be possible for us to do the rest of the levels, really. Or at least if it was, it would be very slow.
And so as you'll see, as compared to the missions in Jak 2 and 3, Daxter is just collecting bug gems and stuff.
Yeah, the totally not skull gems called I think it was metal bug gems.
Yeah.
I think when I looked up the lore, like everything about this game was like, oh, they're metal bugs, not the metal heads, and the lore reason was basically they're just different, because I guess there's some lore reason for why metalheads shouldn't be here yet. So they had to be metal bugs or something. And I'm not sure, but the way it was explained, it was basically the same thing. Because I was thinking about it when I saw the lore, I was like, wait a second, aren't these actually metalheads? They seem like metalheads, and they do. They do really seem like metalheads, but technically they're not. Yeah, these skull gems that they were important in Jak 3 at least, but he only grabbed 4 of them. We're going to be grabbing a lot more in this round, because there's several missions where the mission requirement is to collect a certain amount of gems in that level. It's never all of the gems you can get in the level, so you can pick which ones you get, depending on which ones are fast. So that's really nice. A lot of them are going to be in this level, in places like this, where Majora is right now, where tons of bugs spawn from the same location. Especially since immediately as they crawl out, as you can see, you deal a lot more damage. You can kill them in one hit without having a combo going, which is really quick. Oh. Okay. I got worried there for a second, but it's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, there we go. Majora got all 25 gems. The unique thing about all of the missions where we collect gems is if we save and load, we won't actually save the gems we collected. We can't do something like that to get back to the level. We have to traverse back. And the mission complete in this case is actually by talking to a cutscene with the concierge at the start of the hotel, which was the same one that Majora talked to entering the hotel. However, in other gem levels like this, it says mission complete when you get all the gems, but if you save and load, you will lose the gems and you will not have the mission complete. So the game's just lying to you. But that's what the game tells you anyways. That like, oh yeah, the mission's totally complete. You're totally fine. But you're not, so you have to leave normally.
Yeah, a great example of that is Cannery, where you can complete it and then lose 20 if you die because of the checkpoints being in kind of bad spots.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the game, we get 40 after just starting to not follow the path anymore.
Yeah.
So that's not entirely on the game, but it is a little bit. So here we go. Here we have our 4th level, the actual 2nd level. And this is where you get the bug spray, which we were supposed to have in the 3rd level, but we didn't need, because the game was generous. But one thing you're going to notice when he gets the bug spray is that he's going to be immediately able to hover, which is not normally how it's supposed to work. Normally you get the bug spray and you can't hover yet, but because Majora grabbed that cutscene in front of the brewery early, he's going to be able to make use of that and get a few smaller time saves in this level. So as he makes his way to the bug spray here, he's going to cut some corners, especially this one being one of the bigger ones, where you can jump up to the platforms, skip some climbing sections. You can do a vent skip here. I haven't talked about that, but basically when Daxter lands after a jump, he crouches a little bit, his hitbox gets smaller. So because of that, you can actually get into a crawl space while standing, and it's a little bit faster. Some of the crawl spaces are really hard to land in, some of them are a lot easier. I'd say the one Majora just did is one of the harder ones, because you can't just land on the floor. You have to specifically land on the bottom of the vent. So it's a bit specific where you land there. But he got it pretty well. It worked out. Majora's going to be focusing on those worms, or whatever they're called, that stick it out of the ground. I don't remember the actual lore term. Because they're annoying and they go back underground. So you want to make sure that you damage them. And yeah, here you can see him hovering. Really nice section for the hover there. So you don't have to spend all that time climbing across on the pipe. Save so much time there. And yeah, this is another instance where basically completed the mission requirement and then leaving the level to make sure that it properly saves. It is also probably the fastest way to exit once you've already done the mission here.
Calling Daxter. Come in, Daxter.
And then here, this is where you would normally do Breezy Valley. So you go into Osmo's shop here after doing Construction Site 1, and you get this cutscene, and you get into the vehicle. And as you can see, there's a meter on the right there that shows your eco that I mentioned earlier. However, we've already done Breezy Valley. Why would we go back? Well, it turns out there's 2 missions in Breezy Valley. And because we already did the first one, going into that cutscene sends us into a second one. So we can go into the second one without having to do the out-of-bounds skip that we did before. And this is another instance where we're doing a mission a little bit out of order. Luckily, we do have the other missions to do the previous missions, and it won't affect the run negatively at all. So that's completely fine to do this out of order, which is really great in my opinion, because it means one of the hardest tricks in the run can be earlier in the run, which is great. But before that, we have this mission, and Majora's going to do something fairly precise here. He's pretty good at the setup though, so let's see how it works out.
Yep, there we go.
Nice. When you see that other Hive Queen there die on the screen, that's when you know that you got it, where you killed all 3 Hive Queens in one position. You just happen to line it up perfectly where all of them get hit by Daxter as you're in that cutscene from killing the first one. And it's so much faster. Just from getting all of the killing cutscenes overlapped, but also because you're not spending all that time chasing around each individual Hive Queen. You can save like a minute compared to just doing all 3 individually.
Yeah, I think my goal for that is like a 139 or something. It saves quite a bit of time compared to doing it casually.
Yeah, casually doing that is quite a bit of pain. Yeah, so in this mission, Majora is chasing after a prison vehicle that doesn't have anything in it. In the cutscene, we saw that Jak is in there, but this is a PSP game, so I guess they just wanted to not put in too many resources there and just have the cage be empty for the actual mission. But yeah, Daxter basically saw this vehicle drive by with Jak being transported for some reason, and realizing, oh wait, I'm supposed to save Jak. It's time to speed up. It's time to not just be thinking about my day job as a bug exterminator and actually saving my friend. Something like that. And that sends us into Tanker 1 here. The most difficult level in this run, in my opinion. Mainly because of one skip. It's really, really difficult. And it's another one of these gem collecting ones. So you have to make sure you get, it's 30 gems, I think. I should probably know that better. It's not that long ago since I ran this category.
Yeah, it is 30.
It's fine. Okay, good. Yeah, there's a lot of really fast, smaller bugs to get here. Getting bugs where you can kill multiple at the same time is great because you can do those combos where at the start where you're doing regular swatters, it doesn't kill them in one go, but then you get your chain going and every single swat kills a bug in one go, and it's so much faster.
Okay.
And you have very few abilities like this. That's the method you go for. But this is where the skip is happening, as I mentioned. So he's waiting for this platform. He's going to use it to boost himself up and do a pretty precise hover out of bounds here. Looks good. Let's go! Got it first try. Very, very good. Making sure you get that hover out of bounds is really difficult. It's not a thick platform that you land on, as you saw. So you have to make sure your ankle's good. He is still a few off 30, but luckily there's enough bugs here after the skip that it ends up worth it to do a skip and not even do any backtracking for gems, just grabbing enough gems early on and in this section to get 30, which is really, really nice. Ooh, he's even got 2 bugs just standing on top of each other there. They did leave each other a bit, but that's fine. And then it says 30 gems complete at this, but that's not the end of the mission requirement in this one. This is an evil one that has 2 mission requirements. No other mission has it. I don't know why this one specifically has 2. it's not even the final mission or anything. It's not even close. It's not even the final mission in this area. There's another tanker mission later, which is this one specifically has 2 missions, which is dumb because we can skip this minigame at the end, but because it's part of the mission requirement, we're not allowed to in this category, unfortunately. So we have a fairly long minigame here. It's like 45 seconds per phase and 3 phases.
Yeah.
And you have to always pay attention because the 2 nodes in the middle, on the right and the left, they can place a button for you to press very, very close to where you actually have to press it. So if you're not paying attention, then you might miss one. And that's pretty bad. Also, with a lot of these minigames, actually all of them in this game, if you fail even a single time, you have to redo the entire minigame again. As a result of that, most minigames are easier in Daxter than other Jak and Daxter games, which is nice. But the one-shot kill can be pretty scary. That's the reason why they're going so slow here. It's you die in 1 hit, so they're trying to not make it too egregiously difficult to manage all of these different electric surges, I guess, that you handle with the tech or whatever. One neat way of being able to tell if you get a close spawn is if you just see very few buttons spawning, then that's an indication that, okay, you're going to get one coming close, because there's always the same amount of times you need to hit one of these buttons, and they always come out at a consistent time frame. Yeah, there we go. He got the mission complete. And here he's going to grab another one of these important cutscenes that I've mentioned. This one gives the flamethrower. It's supposed to be the one that gives you the flamethrower, but as mentioned, it gives you sequentially, so you can get the blaster there if you different strats like we do in no TMS. Going into this level, he's going to do a unique trick here where if you save and load, you get stuck in the wall if you save in that specific spot. So he's going to do that to get a proxy out of bounds in order to skip the elevator ride and making it so he doesn't have to wait for 2 doors to open there as he enters the level. Really, really nice. And now with the flame mod attachment, killing these bugs is going to be so much quicker. He doesn't have to build up his combo anymore like he was doing before. He could just kill everything in 1 hit just right away, which is really, really nice. That's going to be the preferred way of killing bugs now. But yeah, I mentioned that I would talk more about the basic movement of jumping and angling your camera, and I think this is a good spot to do it. So single jump, when you do the double jump, it slows down your movement a little bit, but single jump's a little bit faster. And then with the angling your camera here, Major is going to do that to make his way across a gap there that he barely made it across, which normally you can't make it across. You're supposed to go around. But because angling your camera actually gives Daxter a little bit of a movement boost, he's able to make it across there, which is really nice. Specifically, he's trying to hold a 45-degree angle to either of the sides. It doesn't matter which one you do. And it speeds up Daxter. 90-degree speeds him up a little bit, but not as much as 45. I don't know why, but the Noki really drilled down exactly what the best angle was, and it turned out to be 45 degrees. which having the optimal angle being not behind Daxter is kind of bad in a game like this, because the game does not like you having the camera anywhere that isn't behind Daxter, because it's trying to make it easier for casual players to control the camera controls in this game by constantly having an automatic system that tries to correct the camera position to be behind Daxter so that you can see what you're doing better. Which is great casually, but it means that in the speedrun, we're constantly fighting that automatic system by having a rhythm to how we use our camera controls to always stay at a 45-degree angle without going back to having the camera be behind Daxter, or going too far where we're overcorrecting and getting an angle that's too much to the side. Can become a problem too if you don't have your rhythm right with tapping the button that you're tapping, whether it's R or L or whatever control you put that on. If you're doing emo.
I'm playing on physical.
Yeah, I just mentioned it because a lot of people play this on emulator. So technically it wouldn't be R and L necessarily. It's R1 and L1 for me because I do it on a DualShock. Personally, I do it on DualShock 4. But R and L on the PSP. Because the PSP doesn't have a right stick, so you control the camera with the shoulder buttons instead. So that was the distillery, and now Jor's going to make his way into the fish cannery. It was a mission we mentioned earlier with the way the checkpoints work and all that, which is probably the main reason this is the difficult level. It's not a super hard level, but there are a few places where you can easily die, and out of all the missions to die, this is one of the worst ones. So hopefully it doesn't happen. So easy little skip to start there, just not bringing up the first ice cube, just making it up there with a good hover. Really nice stuff. Early on, there's not a lot of bugs. We're trying to make our way into the middle of the level where it's just stacked with tons of metal bugs that you can get spell jumps from. And then the end section, just like the start of the level, don't really have an insane amount of bugs either. They're rather sparse. And it's a pretty long end section as well. So it actually ends up faster, unlike a lot of these levels where we do the mission requirement and then leave later. Normally in those situations we exit the normal exit, but that's not going to be the case here. We're going to actually exit the same entrance that we came in. The same pathing he's doing now, he's basically going to do that on the way back, more or less. It's just a long enough level where it's actually worth it. Yeah, he got a few more metal bugs there, but here is really where the juicy stuff is. The mission requirement is 40 gems. And he's gone from 13 to 20 already right here. And then he's got a section up ahead here that's got a bunch of nests just filled with tons of metal bugs. In this midsection here, this is where we get basically all our gems. It's also where the checkpoints are the least lenient, so you need to make sure you do it well. He's going to kill the last bugs here, and then he's going to go back, which is why it was fine for him to leave a gem before. It might have seemed weird for him to kill a metal bug and just leave the gem, but because he has to traverse back the same way he came, it ends up fine to do it. Then here he's got basically all the gems. There's just a bunch of metal bugs here for no reason, even though this is not a path you normally go. If you follow the regular mission path, it's just a side path that just happens to have 5 small bugs, just easily able to just torch all of them and grab all of these gems really quick. That's really nice. Now that he's got the 40 gem requirement, he's going to make it back here. You've got the lurker sharks below that you saw him traversing before. And now that he's down here, he's going to go the exact same path that he came in, rather than go the very, very slow regular mission path. It's just super, super long, and you have this big fish that you can see in the credits, but we never actually see in runs. Cycles are always sort of a little bit different on the way back, so it's important to remember what the cycles are both ways. They don't get pushed off by these refrigerated fish. Yeah, I have to wait out the cycle, that's completely fine. You usually have to wait out at least one cycle, depending on which one it is. Usually the last one, but it can be the middle one too.
Looks like it's gonna be fast and furious, oh Sultan of Fuzz.
And right there we have the dude, I forgot his name.
Simon.
Simon, yes. Who's telling us that we're ready to do a new mission over in a place that's actually called different things depending on which version, which regional version of the game you got. Either Emerald Isles or Emerald Forest. I think it's Emerald Isle on American version and Emerald Forest on PAL.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it would be Emerald Isle for you. And it would for me as well, because I have an American version on EMU that I'm using.
Alright, well, this is gonna be... yeah.
That's fine. You got at least one hit in the early section there. I think you'll at least be feeling it around the cave somewhere.
Yeah.
Assuming you do the rest of this well, I don't think you have to go through the cave. Maybe a little bit.
Actually...
it can be really hard to aim these bombs. Because Simon always tosses them to the side, so you have to angle the vehicle a bit in order to be able to toss forward. Because actually catching up with this bug is so difficult. Not really reasonable. You always do these little flicks with the car where you do it a bit to the side and allow Simon the ability to toss the bomb straight at the bug.
Looks like something mucho not bueno going on there.
Can you make it over there? I never tried that movement.
I thought that's why I tried, but Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Was just trying to improvise.
Yeah. Majora's used to doing it a little bit faster there. He's really nailed down how to do the bombs there, where he can end that part really, really early. Not even just before the cave that he entered there, but like even earlier than that, you can, if you're really good at it, and that's super early. But sometimes it can be really hard with those controls. Make sure you land the bombs. And the amount of time that the bug is invincible as well, after you've hit once, can be kind of hard to gauge. Because there's not really an indicator on screen for whether you can hit it again. You just kind of have to either know the timing or just try and see if it works. But right here, we have the brewery, the 5th level of this game that we delayed for super long, and this is the reason why we delayed it. We have the flame attachment now, so that means we can do this level really fast by doing this out of bounds skip. Really, really cool. And that way we get to the end of the level where we have this minigame, which is the mission of this level. We don't need to do any of the bugs on the way. And because of that, we're not going to do it. I guess officially Daxter's job might be bug exterminator, but I think saving Jak might be more important. So I think we should just complete all the missions and not care about exterminating any bugs that aren't required. That sounds good.
No! I fat-fingered the button.
It's really unfortunate. So this is an instance where I mentioned the one-hit kill on all of these minigames, where if you do even one of them wrong, you instantly have to retry the entire minigame, which is really difficult. This minigame in particular is definitely the hardest one, because it's just expecting you to do so much. And if you double tap one, if you tap one that isn't the correct one, you fail. And also if you leave them for too long, you also fail. So it can be really, really difficult when you get later on in the minigame and it's like 6 buttons at the same time. And you need to get all of them quickly and never hit the incorrect button. Just like that, he's gonna do that cutscene to exit the level, to confirm the mission complete, and he's just gonna leave. And technically, since he got the flame attachment a while back, he could have done this mission earlier if he wanted to, but just routing-wise, it ends up working out better to just do the entire city port once, and then come back. And here we have the transit system, which is actually sequentially the next level you do after brewery. Which he's not going to fully follow sequential order for missions here, but at least for now he's following it again. And you might think, just like with the brewery, that having the flamethrower might really help, since you're supposed to not have it this early, but it's actually not very helpful in this level. It doesn't really do much. Pretty much the entire movement section of this level, you actually don't save any time at all with the flame attachment. You can do the exact same things with the bug spray. I think like maybe that one place just there that Majora passed, maybe you ledge grab the bug spray or something. I think it's something really minor like that. But other than that, there's not really anything that's different with hovering with the flame attachment on and hovering it with it off and just doing the bug spray. The only real difference in this level is for the boss fight at the end. But it's not even the boss necessarily. that you save time from. You don't actually save any time from the boss. It's you have to kill some bugs in order to qualify you to be worthy of challenging the boss. And killing those bugs is faster with the flame attachment. So that's the very, very small time save we'll get from doing this later in the run. It's mainly just routing reasons why we do it so late, because we have to do brewery so late as well. So it just works out where we have to delay it. And yeah, you've got some nice platforming here, and that's cool casually. It's not any different than the speedrun. These trains go so fast that even if we could do something out of bounds, it would just be worth it to just continue with the trains, honestly. And the majority goes a little bit to the right there just to get a checkpoint, because it's kind of easy to die to the shock wall on the left there as he's doing the skip, which he got off pretty well. I learned that the hard way on a really good pace where I didn't grab the checkpoint. I accidentally hit the wall, and then you have to do the entire train section from the start, and it's just painful.
Yeah.
So after that one run, I decided I'm just gonna grab the checkpoint every time.
It doesn't even lose time too. It's like 2 seconds maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't lose that much time. It isn't a super hard skip, but just how easy it is to, if you're messing it up, to accidentally die. It's nice to just grab the checkpoint for some security. Especially in a marathon, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess these trains are definitely a big contributor to why the flame attachment doesn't really save much time, because a lot of the time you're not even gaining time from a specific cover. It just maybe might hover a little bit to get over some things. But most of the time you're just following these trains. But even getting off them, some of these hovers, they're just very linear and just same height as you would with bug spray. So you don't really gain anything from having the extra height of the flamethrower. Which is the big advantage of hovering with flamethrower over bug spray. It's just the significant extra height you get. Here we have an obligatory chase sequence where we're trying to get away from an out-of-control train, I think.
Yeah. Haven City Transit System. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these blockades in the way of a train. Like, why would all these blockades be here when this is a transit system where we have trains running? Like, and that seems very dangerous. But yeah, here, Majora has the hubris to smack the boss. The boss is like, "You are not worthy yet to battle me. So here are my minions, my small little bugs that you have to beat a few of them to prove that you're worthy." And it's pretty simple, not nothing too difficult with these smaller bugs. And then there we go. After the third one, boss is like, "All right, clearly my little minions weren't enough. Are you not scared yet?" As I bring out my claws and start attacking. And then here, Majora is actually gonna walk in front of the boss after every hit, which saves a little bit of time, because every time after a hit, the boss tries to go back to looking at you because you hit it from the back. So as it turns around like that, it takes a little bit longer to turn around. You're just standing still, a little bit faster if you move closer to its vision. Or at least majority of it once. Seems like you didn't do it for the other ones. But yeah, you can do it for every attack. Where you go up, you hit the back, and then you can move to the side, and it doesn't have to turn around as much. It's just a small little time save there. But yeah, in all of these cases, you need to stun it with the bug spray, which the flamethrower doesn't stun. It's only the bug spray which stuns. And then you hit it from the back. So the flame mod doesn't really do anything in that boss fight. Yeah, you hit it from the back. Did I say that in a very sus way? I wasn't even thinking about it, and then everyone in chat is just heavily reacting to it. Yeah, I don't know. Would you prefer that I say you hit it in the ass? I mean, it is the ass, right? Or some kind of abdomen or whatever.
Get up there. I've got a distress call from the strip mine.
Anyway, so we're back to doing missions out of order. For an all missions run, normally you do missions in order, but not in this game. We don't follow the story order really at all. We're going to do Construction Site 2. And the reason we do Construction Site 2, aside from it kind of just working out with hub movement from the transit system, is also it works out even better with hub movement later, where we have to go to the power station. So casually you go to the power station twice. You go to it once to do the first strip mine level after the transit system, and then you go back for it after Construction Site 2 to do the remaining missions in the power station. But if we do Construction Site 2 first, that means we can do all of the missions in the power station at the same time, which is really convenient. And here for Construction Site 2, we have a big skip, which we only do here in this category, where Jor's going to crawl onto the trampoline just like that, and wait a little bit before he jumps in order to build some momentum vertically. So he gets a massive jump. He gets the out of bounds movement first try there. Very, very good. Can very easily get stuck somewhere or just fall into a place where Daxter dies doing that skip. But Majora got it pretty well. And that vent clip, that vent clip is very difficult. I've actually never gotten it. I think the only one that might be harder is the prison one. I have gotten the prison one personally, but I've also not really attempted this vent clip a lot. So it might be harder, it might be easier. I'm not sure which one I would say is more difficult, but they're both very difficult to pull off. At least this one you can see what you're doing, so it's kind of easy to see as you're approaching it and trying to pull it off. The prison one, you don't have that luxury, unfortunately. Just kind of have to know what you're doing and do it based on timing. And then exiting the level here, he's going to do the same trampoline trick, which he does off of the platform on the side there, which is a lot easier than the first time, because the first time you only barely have enough space to be able to crawl onto the trampoline, because there's just this massive gap between the platform and the trampoline. It's actually really difficult to both get the crawl as you're walking off the edge, but also get enough speed that you actually land on the trampoline. But the second time there, the platform's so much closer that it's very, very easy to just crawl onto there and entering the trampoline volume in a crawl state. And here we are at the power station. And Majora's going to do Strip Mine 1 first. I guess it doesn't really matter which order you do them, since you have the option of doing all of them in the menu there. But it's just nice to do it in the normal order there. Also in this mission, you don't really need the blaster, which you get the blaster in Strip Mine 2. So that's a good reason to just do this one first, so you don't have to have the blaster as you're potentially switching between flamethrower and bug spray. Actually, you definitely do it for one section, so it's nice to only have those two. Doesn't make too much of a difference, I guess, but whatever. I like it on my splits that it says Strip Mine 1 and then Strip Mine 2 rather than a different order. I think that's honestly the best reason to have it a bit more chronologically. Yeah, we have a route for all these gems where we can get all of the gems without constantly going back to the start of the level. There's a lot of these gems where it expects you to do it and then end up back at the start, and then you go a different path than you did the first time to get to a different gem, which constantly going back to the start is obviously very slow. So sometimes we might even traverse back, or just in general move different paths than the game expects us to. Like right here, instead of going on the road there, where you first have the moving platform into one of those wires that you can glide across, we instead go back and just hover our way back to stay up and be able to grab the remaining gems up here. The cycles there can be a bit annoying in that tube. I think they're global cycles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
they're different each run, so they have to be something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of these cycles where it's not just affected by what you do in the level, but before the level too. I first noticed it in prison when I was using save states for practicing prison, and I realized, like, oh wait, depending on how much time I wait in Palace before entering prison, I get the exact same amount of time traverses in the guard cycles in prison. Like, the prison guards are on a global cycle where even what I'm doing before prison starts affects those cycles. And it just makes it unrealistic to just know what the cycles are, at least for a human, get into a situation where you can handle the cycles the same every time. You have to adapt to what the cycles are. And yeah, in this mission, I didn't mention it, but at the start, Majora got one of those cutscenes, one of those important cutscenes where you get a new ability. This is the final new ability, the blaster. So Majora has a full kit now for his bug spray, where it's got the regular bug spray, the hover attachment, the flame attachment, and the blaster attachment. which is everything he's going to need. He's not actually going to need the blaster attachment for a lot. Most of it is actually just doing the mission in this one mission, where you're supposed to get used to using the blaster. That's pretty much all you need the blaster for. It's a little bit faster for the boss. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's just about covers it.
And I'm mostly just following a preset level path here. Kinda not much to talk about for the mission.
Yeah, I've actually managed to find enough to talk about for a lot of these missions. I didn't expect to, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that's good.
But yeah, it seems like there's a lot to get. There's like 30 nests that you need to kill, and he's got 15 left. But a lot of them are these really small ones, which you can kill in one blast like this, and they're all in the same place. So it doesn't actually end up being a lot of places where he has to go to get these nests, which is rather nice. Yeah, he's gonna have a pretty long section to go through here. I think the last nest is pretty early here. Not quite yet. And then he's going to make it back all the way to the start after that to talk to the dude that he got the mission from. And then the boss fight is going to be a separate mission, but in the same level. Which, when you don't have to do the missions, you can actually just skip this part of the mission and just go straight to the boss, which is a really cool skip in a different category. But for this one, we do the whole mission. And the Majora is actually going to do one of the things you do in an OTMS that I mentioned earlier.
I don't think I am. Not that one. I got stuck in the rock. I'll do it here.
Yeah, you tried a little bit where you flip from the elevator and then hover up out of bounds and then land on a little bit of ground on the side there, which the ground just sticks out just enough where you can stand comfortably with Daxter, which is really nice. You can do that section in theory without the blaster, which is really important in an OTMS/TS, because as I mentioned a little bit, there is a category where we get the blaster in front of Tanker 2. Tanker 2 is where we have a big skip to enter the end game, and no TMS delays going there until the very end. So we do this section without the blaster. So at that point you have to do those skips where you use the elevator to clip out of bounds. But in this category you have the option where you can do the ever so slightly slower version where you do it normally and just break all the boulders, which is really nice. Another great thing about the blaster is you can do the recycle on this boss very easily. It's very difficult without the blaster, but with the blaster it's pretty trivial. And to get the recycle on this boss.
I'll still do it.
Even with missing some hits, you can still get the triple hit. Like, you can be even more optimal with hits here than Majora's been, and Majora is like really good with getting these hits, and it still works out for the 3 cycle just like that.
Yeah, I don't think you can get more than 8 hits per phase. I've tried. It's very rare for me to even get 8.
Can you actually get 8 in one?
I've done it once, I believe.
Can you get it on... Okay, in that case I would say you probably haven't done it on both attacks.
Yeah.
If you could get it on both attacks, then you could actually unlock a 2-phase. Or wait, no, you couldn't.
It would be 9, I think.
Yeah, 9 would be the needed.
And yeah, I think it's only the attack off the wall that I've gotten it on, because I can get the first hit while it's like rushing towards Daxter.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I haven't spoken about it at all, but this is one of the things that they've done in this game, because it's a PSP game and they don't have all the resources, is they make collision and enemy targeting and enemies dying and a bunch of stuff like that dependent on the camera. So if you're not looking at something, only stuff that are very, very, very close to Daxter actually gets considered by the engine for getting hit or dying or anything. So because of that, Major is actually going to make sure that he's looking at these bugs as they're dying. Unfortunately, this one, he was a little late on the cycle.
Yeah.
But yeah, for these cycles, he's actually going to use the point of view camera there to point the camera up to make sure he's definitely looking at the bug as it's dying. Because if he doesn't, then it just won't die. And you need to kill these ones. You need to kill all 7 of them. Depending on your camera angle, you can do all of these without the first-person camera. But the first-person camera just makes it a lot better for a few of these at least, to make sure that they're dead. And one of the nice things about the enemy targeting and everything not working if you're not looking at them normally is that normally that bug that hit him, for example, normally that one doesn't hit you. If you manage to not stand too close and you're not looking at it, it just will ignore you, even though it's close enough where it can target you, which is what happened for Majora there. But also for other places, you can do it without getting targeted, which is nice. The biggest point where that saves a lot of time is actually for the next 2 bugs here. For this section, if you're really good with handling the camera, this is definitely one mission where you save a lot of time from it, because you have this button that you're supposed to stand in that's in the middle of a ton of smaller bugs here, which if you do it optimally, you can make sure you're not taking damage as you're standing on this button. And you can even, if you're crawled onto a good position on the button, you can make it so that you're on the button, but you're not being knocked off by the enemies. You can even manipulate it to where you die at a specific point, which is great, because we want to die after this last bug here. When he's got 6 out of 7, now it's time to die from these bugs. So if you're super optimal, which is insanely difficult to do there, you can have it so as you're dying as you're watching the other bugs dying there. But that's really scary and really difficult. I don't think anyone does it completely optimally. I think Nokidoki does it the most optimally, where he at least does the standing on the button in the crawled state and manipulating the camera a bit to have a position where he can kill the bugs really quickly, but even he makes sure he has some extra health and not just dying very early from the bugs, just to make sure that he doesn't die too early, because that can be pretty scary. But yeah, as you're seeing here, Majora is traversing back the level. Normally you go to the side and you go down a really long slide that goes back and forth a lot. But it's a lot faster to just go back and hover across.
We did it.
I don't remember if you can hover across without angling the camera. You might barely, but we always angle the camera to get a little bit more speed, and it works out really well there, where it's really easy with that jump. If you jump from the edge and angle the camera, you make it across that edge and be fine. And here we have Scooter Proxy. Unfortunately, because of the way that we've been doing missions out of order, we have to do this proxy instead of being able to walk through the door, which is how you would normally go to the city port here. The door doesn't open. We did make it through the door when going from the city port to Haven Streets, but that's because walls are one-sided in this game. So on one side they will block you, on the other side you can just walk straight through. And that was what happened before, where you can just walk straight through and you're fine. But going into the city port, it blocks you. I think also for that specific one, it actually opens the door when you're going from the city port to Haven City Streets, which it doesn't the other way around. But it's weird, but it just kind of works like that. But yeah, here we have our second mission against one of these bugs, the Emerald Isle or Emerald Forest on PAL version, which if you do a specific level order, you can actually make it so you don't have to do the first Emerald Isle mission. That's what we do in No TMS, but obviously we can't do that in this category because it's all missions, not all missions except the one mission. So that's one reason why, if there ever was a reason we could route differently, we might specifically route just to make sure we don't overwrite this mission. So doing 2 city port visits is always going to be correct, because you want to do the first Emerald Isle and then unlock the second one and then do the second one, rather than unlocking the second one too early. So the first one gets overridden. It's not like the power station where you can enter all of the levels through the menu. It just sends you into the correct level for Emerald Isle. And make sure to remember to drink. I haven't been remembering that in the middle of the run, and I started noticing now. I definitely need to drink more.
I've been making sure too.
Staying hydrated is important.
But yeah, with the second Emerald Isle mission complete, that's all of the missions leading into the end game. So he's going to be entering the second tanker mission here, Tanker 2, which is the mission that we skip to in any percent. We have a very big skip where we can, once we have the abilities we need to make it through the end game, we can just go here and we can enter the Tanker 2 mission early, which is why the 90% run is so short, which works out to be pretty cool. The last few levels here are still a little bit different in all missions, because we still need to do the mission requirements, but the mission requirements don't require us to do as much in the end game here. There's not collecting 40 gems or doing a 2-minute minigame. There's still a minigame we'll have to do, but it's not that long. He's going to attempt a skip here. It's a little bit different in this category, because we need to make sure we do the mission requirements while doing the skip. So he's going to land on the pipe, going to try to bounce here, go to the other side of this, and land under the box there to be in this position where he can walk across below the purple goo that kills you, just like that. So you can hover across this part which is where you start the escape sequence. Just going to start the escape sequence and hop onto one of these lines to travel to the end of the mission. The mission requirement for this one is just to end the mission with this escape sequence, which casually you would always exit the level this way. Speedrunning wise, we can skip starting this escape sequence, which we're not allowed to in all missions for reasons stated before. It's the mission requirement.
Yeah, there is a skip in all missions to skip the zipline section, but it's hard.
Yeah. You can reattempt it, at least for as long as you have eco. So I find it still worth to go for, but it is pretty difficult. Whoa.
What?
Oh my god,
what?
That's so lucky.
I ledge grabbed the inside?
Yeah, and somehow you didn't hit the goo. I think we're just gonna take that one. I don't think we should question that too much. I feel like Daxter should have died to the goo there, but clearly I don't know physics good enough. So yeah, that's very, very lucky because we actually get no checkpoints that entire mission pretty much. From where he starts the out of bounds to the end of the mission, there are no more checkpoints. So he would have to do the entire out of bounds from the start, like even from before the escape sequence, just all the way from the start there. All the way to where you find the pipe, which is a really big time loss. So really, really fortunate that he didn't die there and he made it across. And I've been mentioning mission requirements for all the missions, every single level we enter. This level is a little bit of a scam. We had 2 mission requirements for one level, and then for some reason this level has no mission requirement. The mission requirement is just make it to the end of the level, which is basically no mission requirement. You just go through the level, doing nothing special in the level. It's really weird. But yeah, this level is basically a movement check in this game, I would say. It's not super difficult with the skips. You can make it difficult with the skip Majora does here, which saves not that much time, but it does make it so you're not dependent on cycles. And there's another clip you can also do a little bit earlier, which saves a little bit more time, but is more difficult. But aside from those, there's not anything insane with the skips. The skips are relatively easy in this level. It's mainly just a bunch of single jumping, a bunch of angling your camera right. You have to switch the camera angle because of the walls being in different sides, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right. And you're just constantly being forced to just know the fastest way of moving across in any given situation. Like making sure that you keep your hover going, that you don't just tap the hover button, but you like keep it going when you're hovering. Because the start of the hover animation is really short, is really slow, but then the hover becomes really fast after that. So you just, anytime you're hovering, you want to keep it going as much as you can, assuming you have the eco to do it, of course. Majora is approaching the end of the palace, the Baron's palace here. And this is where we enter the prison, which is the level I've mentioned a bit earlier. The really, really long difficult level here at the end, where you have these global guard cycles that you need to consider. Major decided that moving across after the guard went around there was going to be easier. The guard it can very easily spot you, so if you're not fully confident with making it across, it can very easily end up in a situation where you get killed and you have to redo it and it's slower. So anytime where it's hard to tell if you can make it across, it's always nice to just take it slow. Maybe wait out one cycle just to be sure that you can make it across. And we've got another obligatory chase sequence here with our Sumer. Where we've got the guard that I think it's the same one that we barely made it past before, that jumped onto one of his swimmers trying to catch up to us, but luckily would get away. And then here we have one of the bigger time saves, dependent on what the guard cycle you get here. So Majora gets an okay cycle. The guard's pretty far along his path, so Majora doesn't have to wait for a long time here. Barely had to wait at all. But you can get cycles where you don't actually have to wait any time at all. You can just move across without stopping. And it can happen in a few different ways. It can either be the guard's really far along and you can make it across immediately on the left, or the guard's really far back and you can make it across on the right, depending on the cycle. And here we've got a big hover in this 2D section here, where he's going to carry the, he tried at least, to carry the elevator momentum like he did in the out of bounds for the Strip Mine 2, where you can actually make it up the entire 2D section here in one go, just using the elevator momentum, saving a lot of time. He also did attempt the difficult vent clip that we talked about earlier. I ended up speaking so much I couldn't mention it, but he did a few attempts of it. It's a very precise one where you have to do like 4 very specific, very well-timed jumps in a row, while not being able to see Daxter in order to get it, which is insanely difficult, but it has been done. The event clip that Majora got there is a little bit easier, or a lot easier, even if it's still a bit difficult. The easiest one is definitely in Tanker 2. There's one that's barely a challenge at all. Feels almost like it's the normal way you're supposed to do it with how easy it is. The vent is just so tall there for no reason. And here's an interesting one where it looks like it might be hard to move there with the camera not following, but you can actually just hold the stick straight, so it's not even difficult there. You don't have to follow the vent path, which you normally have to when you're moving during a vent clip, but there for some reason you can just ignore the vent path. Which makes it really trivial. But a bit more of a difficult vent clip here. Just gonna try it twice. He gets it the second try, very, very good. And you can see a little bit of the vent there, but to some extent you just have to know what the vent path is there. So it helps to just crawl through the vent at least once before trying the vent clip, just to see where you're going, so you know how to move there. And here Majora's doing another one of these clips that he did at the start of the run, where you ledge grab really close to the wall so you can get out of bounds. And from here, he's going to do some out of bounds movement where he barely lands on the platform there that sticks out a little bit out of bounds. Now he's back in bounds, but not where you're normally at. So he's going to hover straight across to that spinner, and from the spinner straight across to the next part of the level he's supposed to get to. He gets it first try, very, very good. Those two jumps are very, very difficult. You're not supposed to be able to just jump across there. You're supposed to hover around with some eco pickups that they give you, and use the spinner, which means you're going around the level a lot, and you're waiting for these spinners that take a long time to turn and everything, and it's a lot slower, but obviously a lot easier than doing these very far jumps where you have to angle the camera to speed up Daxter, and if you really want to take it safe like me, you might even do an extended jump to get even more distance, just to be sure you get enough distance there, because it's really tight on the distance. And yeah, he also, as I was explaining other stuff, he also did the swing from those spinners that go around, where if you jump off the spinner as it's moving, you just get tons of speed. He just made it across a massive gap like that, which I didn't even have time to prepare you for, as I'm just speaking about things, trying to make sense of it on here.
Yeah, there's so much back to back that it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, Majora's very fast, getting a lot of this first or second try. So, trying my best to keep up. But yeah, here we have the last mission requirement that the Majora needs to do before the final boss. Where he's just doing this one mini game to open the door and complete the mission for the prison. A lot of these missions are just a singular thing you do in the level, where most of the level is you just making it through the level without doing anything for the mission requirement. And then you just do the mission requirement right at the end or close to the end. And there you go, mission complete. Final mission complete of the run. And here we go, Aiden.
The final boss.
The metal bug, not metalhead. Very important lore that he's not a metalhead, but they're related to the metalheads in some way.
They take orders from Core, so...
Yeah, that too.
I'm actually going to take a quick death here, because I'm at 1 HP.
He was taking damage from the fireballs there. He got really low. And if you die, then you have to redo the entire phase. Here it's like a 2-minute long phase. If you die right at the end, that's really, really, really annoying. So it's completely fair to just restart it for some safety. When you're on your own PB pace, you might necessarily be able to do it if you're trying to get the best time. But for a marathon, it's probably best for security to make sure you're not dying late in the first phase. In the second phase, the checkpoint is more generous, but it's also because we don't really do much in the second phase. Yeah, he's just avoiding attacks for most of this. He's going to be doing it 4 damage total in the first phase here. And each part here in the first phase is equally long, at least. Or nearly equally long anyway. With just avoiding attacks over and over. And then getting one opportunity to attack, and then having to avoid attacks again. We have the 3rd out of 4 hits. And then I mentioned the second phase being short. A big reason for this is actually we have a skip coming up. So once the first phase is over, we're actually going to be close to the time being done if Majora gets the first try.
Yeah.
So it might be worth getting a little ready for that, because I think, yeah, Gideon's close to coming down here for the final hit for the first phase. And here we are in the second phase. Majora's going to be hovering over to this this tap a bit early, which is the one that makes the purple goo go down. So he's going to hover on it to make it go down, and then he's going to use the Kaden going up there to get out of the level.
Time is once I touch the cutscene right there.
Time. There you go. Didn't even explain the trick in time. But yeah, Kaden flies off there, and it's Kaden flying off that makes the Majora proxy like that, and that's the skip. To end it all. Really, really good time there. 1:27:30. That's really good.
Outside where?
It's already written. The city will be ours.
Yeah, big shout outs to everyone in the community. We had a lot of real cool runners and commentators for the different games tonight. Hope you all enjoyed all of them. Fortunately, Jak X wasn't featured, but as mentioned, if you want to look a little bit at that, we did have a community relay race yesterday that you can check out as well to see some Jak X.
I knew that.
We also, if you want to run this game, the game is a lot more accessible now since it's on PS5. So if you have a PS5, you can play this game. Not just on PSP or PS Vita or so anymore. Also, a lot of runners play on emulator for this game. The emulator is not really different too much from playing it on console, so it is allowed for the leaderboards, and you can be on the same leaderboards as console times. So if you check out the leaderboards, you will see a lot of people have been running this game on emulator, so it's pretty accessible to get into it if you want to try it out. A lot of people that would be willing to help you out in the Discord. We have a combined Jak and Daxter speedrunning Discord, which would probably be easiest to find on the speedrun.com page for any of the games, and you can get started that way. You're really, really cool. Good job, Majora.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to say thank you, Albie, for commentating again for me. A big shout out to the Jak community. They are really amazing. Any game you want to learn, there's so many helpful people there that will take the time to teach you. So, I can't recommend enough. I can't say enough about them, how nice they are, how helpful they are. They're just amazing. And then, big shout out to GDQ for hosting this Jak event, for inviting me to do a run. I really, really appreciate that as well, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much for being on, for showcasing the run, and thanks for the commentary as well. I appreciate you both being out here, showcasing the game, and coming out with the Jak community to showcase all of these games. Everybody, don't forget to follow all of these lovely runners and commentators we've had today. They're all very excellent in the Jak speedrun community, all very excellent runners. Make sure you give them all a follow. With that said, do you have anything else, any closing thoughts y'all want to give?
No, I think I've said most of what I want to say.
Yeah, I think I pretty much covered it.
Excellent. So again, thank you both so much for being on. For everybody in chat, unfortunately, that is our last run of the day. We will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have Think Fast, followed by the Bargain Bin at 10 p.m. Eastern. Before you go, just quick reminders. GDQ Express is returning to TwitchCon September 20th through 22nd. You can use !GDQX in Twitch chat for more information. Check out the schedule. And the registration for AGDQ 2025 is open. You can go check that out now over at gamesonquick.com. Have a great night, everybody. Hope to see you tomorrow.